Kalarickal, Vice President, Business Development of Sixing Technologies. He's joining us from UK. Good morning, a very uh, early good morning probably for you. And we look forward to hearing from you. And we also have Mr. Jayen Mehta, Senior General Manager, Planning and Marketing for AMUL. Very good to have you all on this inaugural platform, and we truly look forward to hearing from all of you. Also, very, very warm welcome on behalf of West Bank and CII to all distinguished industry leaders who will be speaking today, participating in different panels on this e-dias, and all the participants. I think more than 400 odd participants are already logged in. We have more than 800 registrations, and truly look forward to your questions in case you have any, and hope you enjoy this CII conference on dairy, and hope you take back a lot from this conference. On behalf of Yes Bank, I thank CII for knowledge partnering with Yes Bank for this conference on Indian dairy beyond 75. It gives us immense pleasure that a knowledge paper on today's conference theme focused on role of digitalization and technology in the dairy supply chain, prepared by CII and Yes Bank, will be released in the august presence of a chairman, Mr. Meenesh Shah, and also will in your all august presence. So this knowledge paper captures the transformational journey post-independence for Indian dairy sector. We are celebrating our 75th independence year, and we want to capture what has happened. It's a long, beautiful journey that the dairy sector had. And it also elaborates key challenges that continue to hamper efficiencies across the dairy supply chain, and delves on how digitization and technological advancements can help boost efficiencies and profitability for all stakeholders across the value chain. From being a milk deficit nation in the 50s, with a production of just about 17 million tons, Indian dairy sector's journey has been stellar. I take this opportunity to put forth 4 key highlights that we've captured in this report that have altered the course of Indian dairy. The first is the journey of milk production. Over the last 7 decades, India's milk production has grown 12x to cross or touch the 200 million ton mark. India surpassed USA in the mid-90s to become the largest milk producer in the world. Today, India contributes to more than 1/5 of global production. The second highlight is the world-renowned cooperative dairy model that originated in Gujarat. The Khaira District Cooperative Milk Producers Union, formed in 1946, with just 2 village cooperative societies and a collection of less than 250 liters of milk per day, transformed to become, in 2020, the first Indian dairy firm to make it to the global top 20 dairy firms. The Khaira District Cooperative Milk Producers Union is now popularly known as AMUL, and we are happy to have Mr. Jayen represent AMUL today here. And AMUL today has a turnover of over 5.5 billion US dollars. So from 250 liters of milk to 5.5 billion US dollars is as good as independence. The third highest highlight is our government's effort that have resulted in the White Revolution. The foundation of the National Dairy Development Board in 1965 to replicate the AMUL model, and launching of the Operation Flood in 1970, one of the world's largest rural development programs, resulted in the White Revolution, driving milk production from just 22 million tons in 1970 to 54 million tons by 1990 and 80 million tons by 2000. And today we are touching the 200 million tons mark. This is a fantastic achievement done by the public sector. And the fourth is private sector participation. Deregulation of the dairy sector in the 1990s led to vibrant private sector participation, which now contributes to about 40% of the dairy market size. We now have large private companies that are focused on providing high quality, hygienic milk to millions of consumers at the front end, while providing strong extension as well as veterinary services to farmers at the back end. We have seen significant investments primarily boosted by government through various schemes such as the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, to invest heavily in procurement and cold chain development for back-end linkage. So the private sector is playing a significant role and is also participating in growing the very vibrant dairy sector. With all these stellar developments, dairy sector's contribution to India's socio-economic equilibrium has been truly significant. On the supply side, dairy is a source of income to about 80 million farmers across the country. On the demand side, India is the world's biggest consumer of milk. The per capita consumption of fresh dairy products in India is more than 5 times the global average. The value of domestic dairy market is estimated to be about 7.5 lakh crore rupees. So in this context, looking into the future, there are 5 key trends that are driving demand for innovation, technological introduction, and digitalization. First, domestic milk production is growing faster than that of demand. Milk consumption is estimated to touch about 250 million tons by 2030, as against supply of more than 280 million tons. Second, while per capita consumption of processed dairy products such as yogurt, ice cream, flavored milk, and cheese is currently just one-third of global average, growth rate of these products is hovering at around 15 to 20% or even more in some cases on an annual basis. Third is the demand for high quality, clean milk, which is driving introduction of clean milk production techniques, processing innovations, distribution innovations, and preservation and packaging technology innovations. Fourth, there is a strong focus by Government of India to improve both farm level production as well as milk processing infrastructure. On the one hand, Government of India is targeting to double dairy processing capacity by 2025. We see this intent very clearly, also focused on the private sector by introducing schemes such as the HIDF scheme under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which is focused purely for private sector. On the other, the government is focusing on a three-pronged strategy of improving animal genetics, addressing animal health management, and improving access to quality animal nutrition. This focus is leading to absorption of innovations and high-value technology at farm production level as well. And the fifth, and very interesting, is the booming agri-tech startup ecosystem, which is driving digitalization across the dairy value chain. Digitalization could bring in a paradigm shift in the way dairy supply chain is handled and could become a key differentiator in the future, enabling farmers as well as dairy processors in better dairy farm management, transparent and seamless farmer payments, traceability, quality management, supply chain monitoring, production planning, and reaching end consumers itself. The knowledge paper that is being released today in your August present, sir, have captured all these trends which open up significant opportunities for technological and digital innovations across the dairy value chain. To conclude, I thank CII for giving Yes Bank this opportunity to knowledge partner for this very important conference on Indian dairy industry as we celebrate the 75th independence anniversary of India. Yes Bank is strongly committed to playing a facilitating role in the growth and development of the Indian dairy sector, not just from a plain vanilla banking perspective, but also from research, advisory, and knowledge dissemination perspective. We look forward to working with you all. Thank you once again, and I pass on the platform to Jasdeep and CII to take the conference forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. Am I audible, Sanjay?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just quickly now like to welcome and invite Mr. Radhey Shyam Dixit, the chairman of this conference. He's on the move. He joins us from the Goa airport. So there could be some connectivity issues. We regret in case there is a technical problem or something else. So I'll just quickly request Mr. Dixit to welcome all the participants and distinguished guests in this session, and then quickly hand over the session to Dr. Rajorhia. Over to you, Mr. Dixit.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege and honor to be with you at the CII conference on Indian dairy beyond 75 role of digitalization and technology in dairy supply chain. Uh, Let me add my own welcome to Meenesh, Chairman and Executive Director, National Dairy Development Board. It is privileged to have you with us, and we look forward to your views on the Government of India's and National Dairy Development Board's initiatives in the dairy and allied sector. I am also delighted to see presence of Mr. Jayen Mehta and Dr. Prakash Kalarickal, and look forward to their views on how technology is transforming dairy sector in India and make it more robust. Friends, dairy sector continue to be one of the major livelihood sources of rural households, contributing to one third of their income. Dairying is also the key transformational enterprise for the country's agricultural economy, contributing 67% to the value of output of livestock sector at current prices. 2018-19, in terms of revenue generated, milk has become the single largest agriculture commodity, surpassing total value of output from food grains. Despite of exponential growth of dairy industry, the country is still facing various challenges such as poor milk quality, low yield, lack of infrastructure, and fermented production. Several infrastructure related bottlenecks are still present in both back end and front end supply chain, leading to multiple challenges across the supply chain. With independent India turning 75, there is an urgent need to tackle these existing challenges to make the dairy industry fit.
Sound is gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there is some connectivity issue. I think in the interest of the program and also Mr. Meenesh Shah's presence, I think I'll just we'll skip this part, and on behalf of CII and Mr. Dixit, the chairman of this conference, I would now like to invite Dr. G.S. Rajorhia for his special address. So over to you, Dr. Rajorhia.
Thank you. I would like to thank CII for inviting me to address the participants. You're all well aware that the Indian dairying has transformed itself from a milk deficient state to the largest milk producer in the world. About 85% of milk in India is contributed by landless laborers, small and marginal farmers, owning 2 to 3 animals and just less than 2 hectares of land. At present, India produces over 200 million metric tons of milk per annum. The per capita consumption of milk has also increased to 406 grams per day. Indian dairy industry is aggressively moving from unorganized to organized state, and from liquid milk, butter and SMP production to value-added and region-specific traditional products. Demand for the new products is being driven by the increased urbanization, improved disposable incomes, emergence of nuclear families, changed lifestyle, and increase in the number of working women. The demand for milk products will continuously rise as they are essential components of Indian diet, known for supplying healthy nutrients like protein, fat, minerals, and vitamins. We should explore foreign investment opportunities to give flip to dairy growth in infrastructure development, import of advanced dairy technologies for new product diversification, packaging systems, new information technologies, and automation, possibly for exportable products. We have to ensure that the manufacturing of all these high-end dairy products becomes possible. We are also looking forward to increasing animal productivity, improve nutrition for dairy animals, and also veterinary health care. Due to spurt in input costs, including energy, wages to workers, and overheads for milk production, companies are finding it difficult to pay higher prices for raw milk to milk producers to maintain quality and safety specifications of packaged milk, and also to ensure that high transportation costs are absorbed within the supply chain. Also, it is necessary to arrange for cold chain maintenance, while at the same time not passing the extra expenditure on the consumers. About 80 to 85% of consumer money should be returned to the milk producers, as AMUL pattern GCMF have been giving us this information to keep everyone in the supply chain happy and satisfied. The dairy industry today faces tough competition from itinerant vendors and suppliers of unpacked products at lower cost, and who do not pay GST at all on the products that they are selling in the market. Dairy Industry Association have been requesting the GST Council and the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, to reduce GST on butter, ghee, paneer, and flavored milk consistently over the last 3-4 years without any reasonable respite. Dairy manufacturers are facing unprecedented competition from those not paying GST and selling inferior quality products at low rates. The traders will ask you a question. If you go and purchase paneer, they will ask whether you need paneer at the rate of rupees 150 per kg or paneer selling at rupees 200 or 300 rupees per kg. Now, this is a clear indication that a lot of adulteration is taking place in the market, and something has to be done about enforcing the Food Safety Act in real terms. The entry of plant-based foods, or so-called analogs, carrying dairy terms on packages contravene the labeling specifications done by the FSSAI. There are serious threats faced today. Consumers, especially the children, are misled while reading dairy terminology on the packages for vegan foods. Vegan lobbies are doing negative campaign for milk products, blowing lactose intolerance out of proportion, and they are propagating that dairy animals have no place to live on this earth. Who will then convert huge stocks of crop residues and agro-industrial byproducts into nutritious milk? And then what will happen to the environmental degradation issue? FSSAI have advised food business operators to drop dairy term from the packages of plant-based products, vegan foods. Lobbies are falsely advertising that milk increases the risk of obesity, type 2 diabetes, osteoporosis, and cancer. Diets deficient in milk will be poor, and the poorest shall be worst hit. Populations dependent on plant-based foods, you all are aware are more stunted and suffer from acute malnutrition. As milk is a nutrient-dense food rich in protein, minerals, polyunsaturated fatty acids, minerals, and vitamins, it should be promoted as an essential item in the diets of both vulnerable and healthy people. The cholesterol phobia is no longer an issue today. Dairy industry must make efforts to make ghee as an international product rich in fat-soluble vitamins, polyunsaturated fatty acids, and other growth-promoting factors. Ghee is good for controlling obesity and rich in conjugated linoleum CLA to prevent the onset of cancer. People develop longing desire to the typical ghee flavor and texture once you introduce ghee in their diets, which are highly satiating. Ghee has a long shelf life of more than 10 months at room temperature. India should take advantage of buffalo milk for conversion into mozzarella cheese with long stretching characteristics. Cocoa powder using spread drying technology will offer a great international market as it can be converted into excellent quality milk sweets like barfi, kalakal, peda, and gulab jamun. Cow milk yields low quality khoa with salty taste and pasty texture, which is not found useful in foreign countries. Asian diaspora demand native taste and texture for milk-based sweets generally derived from buffalo milk. ID has proposed to establish a separate export promotion council for dairy products to facilitate export of our milk products to deficient countries. This proposal needs to be pursued with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Focus on exporting to most demanding markets to make India a globally competitive dairy economy needs to be looked into. This will speed up innovations, opportunities to scale up and lead enhanced productivity. It is the second largest employer, providing jobs for over 120 million people. Companies that export are likely to be more vibrant and profitable than those that just focus on the domestic market only. Exports will increase the overall value of the business and also lead to use of the production capacity to a maximum level. The central government will provide a special package to assist agriculture exports at least for 1 year under the transport and marketing assistance, wherein the government reimburses a certain portion of international freight charges. In fact, those who are saying it by air, 100% freight charges are reimbursed. Interest subvention scheme helps MSMEs to boost exports. There is a rising consumer demand for traditional milk products and sweets derived from them. Traditional milk products shall be the most important next generation products of choice. This calls for upgradation of technologies, mechanization, safety assurance, and modernization of packaging systems, shelf life extension, marketing and sales for realizing higher profitability. Traditional dairy products are presently produced by unorganized or informal sector. Products are not well standardized and highly perishable in nature. Many of the indigenous products are region specific, like Srikhand in Western India, chana-based sweets in eastern parts of India, khoa-based sweets in northern India and other parts of the country. And responding to consumer preferences would help in building product image and brand. Industry must invest in research and development for introducing new varieties. These products have tremendous scope to grow at much faster rate as compared with the commodity products.
Rajorhia, I'm sorry to interrupt in between. I think we'll have to quickly wind up because I think the other speakers are also scheduled, and we
I
have to.
wanted to make references to digitalization, and I'm leaving this to the few speakers who are going to follow me. At present, organized dairies in cooperative and private sector process some 30 to 35% total milk. You have just listened to from the bank that this government of India has planned to double the processing capacity by provisioning schemes and developmental programs. On account of a growing prosperity, increased awareness about health and wellness of dairy foods, the demand of milk and milk products will certainly rise on a rapid pace in the Indian market. The future of Indian dairy depends upon its ability for improving the backward chain integration and increasing the magnitude of milk processing capacity. A word of caution. Despite the attempts of Indian companies to develop their product range, it may be possible that with trade liberalization in future, value-added products produced overseas will find place in our markets. We have to prepare ourselves to face that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajorhia, for your address. And I think in interest of Mr. Meenesh Shah's time, I'll just request now for his presence. But then before that, I think we'll quickly do a virtual launch of this knowledge paper, which Mr. Sanjay just outlined for everyone. So before we invite Mr. Shah, we are just releasing this knowledge paper. And I think after the session is over, CII will, revert back to all the participants with a digital copy of this knowledge paper, including all the panelists. Thank you. So I'll just to inform Dr. Prakash and Mr. Mehta, we are just skipping the time schedules that were given to you earlier. And we would now like to invite the chief guest of this inaugural session, Mr. Meenesh Shah, for his special address. So over to you, Mr. Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you. Dr. Rajorhia, Dr. Prakash, my friend Mr. Jayen Mehta, Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Radhey, Shyam, Dixit, Chairman CII conference on this Indian Dairy Beyond 75. So good morning to all of you. It's a really pleasure to join all of you in this sense on Indian Dairy Beyond 75 and the role of digitization and technology in dairy supply chain. We all know that we are living in a world dominated by smart technology, Internet of Things, and various devices, automation. So almost every industry is using digitization or the technology to improve their processes, competitiveness, and efficiency. I think digitization is already playing a vital role in our dairy sector and is expected to even become a critical aspect in the near future. And over the years, one of the major thrust areas of NDDB has been to use this digitization or the new technologies for promoting fairness and transparency, optimum utilization of resources, and also scientific decision making in the entire dairy value chain. So whether be it a milk procurement operations or productivity enhancement activities or animal management and milk processing and traceability thereon, digitization and new technologies, is playing a vital role in improving efficiency across the dairy value chain and responding to the growing requirements of our consumers for safe, high quality, nutritious milk and milk products. If we see at the milk procurement operations, we believe that digitization can be a means of ensuring fairness and transparency, which will help in winning the trust of milk producers. I think they are the backbone backbone of our dairy industry, and winning their trust is the major focus area of all the dairy cooperatives and the organized private players who are working in this sector. In the recently concluded National Dairy Plan, which was a central sector scheme sponsored by government and funded by the World Bank, we provided more than 29,000 automatic milk collection units, and they were installed at the village level for creating this transparent and fair milk procurement systems. Further, after the NDP, we have now developed free open source AMCS application, and it is helping the cooperatives to digitize their entire operations of village dairy cooperative societies, and also ensuring that direct milk payment can be made to the individual bank account of milk producer. So keeping the accounts of all the milk parameters in terms of quality and quantity, it also helps to minimize a lot of manual work which was happening in processing the milk bill payments. The second factor in the procurement operation is, I think, the immediate chilling of milk. Dr. Rajorhia has already highlighted about the quality of milk. It's important that we chill this milk as early as possible for ensuring the quality. So we are emphasizing on installation of bulk milk coolers at the village level only. We created almost 12.5 million liters capacity at the village level by installing bulk milk coolers under NDP. And we also introduced data loggers for this BMCs, which is helping in better monitoring of chilling operations of milk, and also lifting this milk in a more efficient way. And also it controls the energy usage at the village level. In terms of the productivity enhancement operations, digitization is the key, playing a key role. Our efforts for genetic improvement of animals and increasing their productivity, it starts with the identification of individual animals, collection of their performance data, along with with a pedigree of individual animal. It's a Herculean task, but farmers at the level what we have, they cannot do this task. So to facilitate this large-scale data capture for for animal productivity improvement, we developed a software called Information Network on Animal Productivity and Health. It's known as, in the short form, INAF, or the e-Pashu Aadhaar, and it captures every transaction which is being made at the animal level in the database. It has a provision to capture all the services related to reproduction, so all AI and calving related activities, healthcare, and also the nutritional requirements. It also has a provision to record animal-based production. So every day, morning and evening, the milk production is recorded. You can know the breed of the animal, you can know the location and the pedigree records of the animal. And so entire database created by INAF, I think, is the backbone for digitization of animal level information. And to bring in accuracy, now we have barcoded and GPS coordinates are used in INAF software. We are also working on including biometrics, like the muzzle prints and facial recognition of animals, which will help us to identify the animals easily, which can replace the ear tag, which we are using as of now. Another area, I think, which we all need to focus is the big data analysis. It can play a very, very vital role in improving the productivity of animals. So genome-wide data representing thousands of features per animal are now being used for genomic evaluation of animals. High-end capturing and modeling is helping in developing accurate prediction models to identify animals with very high genetic merit at the early stage of their age. And thus, it can boost the genetic progress unlike it is happening now. In terms of the animal management, I think our focus is now on scientific animal husbandry practices, and digitization again becomes all the more critical for ensuring the availability of information or the various services and its delivery to farmers in the best possible way. Under the guidance of the principal scientific advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying and NDDB, we have taken an ambitious and comprehensive National Digital Livestock Mission, NDLM, and it will create a farmer-centric, technology-enabled mechanism that will enable our farmers to get better income through the livestock activities with very, very accurate information and timely access to all these high-quality services. The project has already been initiated in a mission mode as the project livestock under Rashtriya Gokul Mission scheme, and funding support is provided by both the central government and NDDB in the equal proportion. And I'm happy to share that the pilot project for this has already been initiated in the state of Uttarakhand, and we are very soon initiating one more pilot in the state of Karnataka. Other interventions which we have helped the farmers digitally is, I think, eGopala and Pashu Mitra. So these are the two major digital platforms which were developed by NDDB to support the dairy farmers in managing their animals. In future, I believe that competition of wireless data sensing and computational technologies, what we see today, it will certainly help in enabling applications to generate massive qualitative data, which can be used for, to find some hidden patterns or maybe developing decision support systems. I think that is the opportunity which we all should tap. Sensing devices, I think, is the another area. They have already proven its utility, and we are studying the behavior of animals with the sensing devices, which was otherwise very difficult when we were using the manual systems. And together with all these technologies, I think it will lead to a very smart animal husbandry support system for optimum well-being of our animals and thereby maximizing the farm productivity. Coming back to the milk processing operations, I think we have as Dr. Rajorhia told, we have the potential to manufacture value-added dairy products like cheese, powder, butter, ghee. These all products are traded globally, and our share, if we see in the global share today, is very, very negligible. So maintaining product quality and traceability, I think these are the areas, and also improving the efficiency. It will go a long way in improving the competitiveness or competence of our country's presence in the international market. And to further strengthen our position in the global dairy trade, I think it is required that traceability in the food supply chain, entire food supply chain is in place and appropriately demonstrated also, so that the people believe that now we have such a system in the place. And future of dairy industry, I think, depends, among others, on its ability to improve traceability system across the dairy value chain. So tracking and tracing, I think, is one of the most important aspects. It's not only for dairy, but any food or beverage production line. And we are encouraging setting up of automated dairy plants for ensuring complete end-to-end traceability. It's also improving, helping the plant managers to trace out the root cause for any market complaints or the rejections which are happening. Digitization, I think, with the help of new technologies within the supply chain integrated approach, would help monitor and control critical processes, that influences the safety and quality of food. And we are assisting dairies in implementation of all the internationally recognized food safety management systems, leading to ISO 20000 or FSSC 22000. As I told, the sensors drastically help numerous processes within a plant also, and storing large amount of data relating to the manufacturing of various products. You can track temperature, humidity, maybe the sunlight exposure and other relevant parameters, just to name a few, like giving a greater understanding control to decision makers to maintain product quality during the storage also. Additionally, I think many of these devices are now Wi-Fi enabled, and it can be connected to a cloud through a cloud storage service anywhere, whatever offices you are working in. And I think this has opened a new door for our industry, offering, it's just a relatively simple way of handling large data sets with very, very few issues involved into it. And this online MIS report of the plant, gives us the complete record, both in the past and the present, and including the what are the products which are being processed and the mass balance. We all know the importance of mass balance, fat and SNF being processed. So this has become very easy with the digitization. Blockchain technology, I think, is the another emerging area. It has a very, very great potential. For example, for minimizing the aflatoxin M1 content in milk. We can track the quality of feed and fodder, and this can be easily detected. Stakeholders, beginning with the feed raw material, or the producers like solvent extraction plant, or the feed distributors and sellers, or even the dairy farmers or dairy processors, and the entire supply chain, they would need to be sensitized and facilitated to take up this technology so that we can track such aflatoxin problems in the feed and fodder. NDDB is in the process of creating a database to get real-time information on contaminants of milk and milk products through random sampling across the regions to map this kind of contaminants being present in the milk and milk products. And I think it will also help identify the areas needing improvement and work out various strategies for controlling these contaminants in the milk and milk products. Finally, I will say that with more and more data gathering using apps and various softwares and IoTs, I think now we need to devise database solutions. We need to use data for descriptive or prescriptive as well as the prospective purposes. We need to use data for showing progress, identifying progress, and analyzing trends and impact of various policies or interventions in the dairy sector, which can help maybe NDDB and Government of India to take appropriate policy measures. And these policies also need to be formulated based on the data instead of the perceptions of the people. IT-based tools are now available to digitize or standardize and leverage the supply chains, valuable data to help in our industry to enable safer, sustainable, efficient and transparent supply chains. I think in future, it can be easily anticipated that the level of transparency and traceability in milk industry will become a norm, resulting into more consumer confidence and healthier market competition. So thank you so much to the CII for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Shah. It was really very, very nice to hear a lot of contemporary thoughts and great initiatives by NDDB and the Government of India that are being progressing. I'll take Sanjay here by a little bit of surprise. While I request Sanjay to quickly gather a few points to formally acknowledge kind of a quick vote of thanks to Mr. Shah. First of all, I'd just like to all the speakers to maybe virtually applaud Mr. Shah's contribution to the inaugural session. So can we, just do, a clap for him? Thank you so much, Mr. Shah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
really
much.
An
Thank
honor
you so
to,
much.
listen to you. And in the chat box itself, we are being flooded with a lot of comments, remarks, and appreciation for the, the nice speech that you delivered just now. I must also share that, there were more than 260 participants, who are listening to you very attentively. So over to you, Sanjay, and so that, in case Mr. Shah has to leave, he can just, make a smooth exit. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jasdeep Singh. Chairman, sir, it was indeed a pleasure, especially for people like us who are very interested in knowledge and developments that are happening. The thought typically is that the private sector tends to focus more on digitization. But the width and depth to which you have explained what NDDB does, in the digitization space, the direction that you're taking is unbelievable. I think we need to, compile all that you've said, right from dairy, farm management, and what technology have you used in, what type of technology is being used there, or what type of digitization is being used there. What is the role of big data? What is the role of sensors? Right from farm to processing to consumer, your focus on how to look at traceability. These are gems that can set directions for the entire industry. It was indeed a very informative speech. We are blessed to have listened to you today. I'm sure this will trigger a lot of thought across the dairy sector, and a lot of implementation will happen with the direction setting and vision that you've explained today. Thank you very much, sir. We truly
Thank you so much.
The government.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll have to leave for some other engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining, sir.
Thank you.
So, Sanjay, can I just request you to kind of now fill in the blank for Mr. Dixit? We have our two distinguished speakers, Dr. Prakash and Mr. Jayen Mehta, to be invited. So I think you can invite Dr. Prakash first, and then we invite Mr. Mehta.
Sure. Yeah, Dr. Prakash, thank you very much. Good morning, and look forward to your speech, to your views and speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good morning from, I should say, very early good morning from the UK. I would also like to thank CII for inviting me to this prestigious conference. I'm very honored to be among these distinguished guests, including the chairman of NDDB and all other distinguished panelists. Today we are talking about digitalization. So I would like to talk something relevant to our technologies, sexing technologies. I'd just like to share one slide to show you what is relevant in this technology. Now it's not coming up. So we are actually doing sex-sorted semen, and everybody knows in India that we are producing more than 93% female calves, etc. But it's not just sex-sorted semen. It is, let me try again to get that slide. Second.
Dr. Prakash, you have the presenter rights with you, so you can proceed.
Yeah. Okay, it is coming now. I'm sorry, it happens always.
Jasdeep, is it possible to share the presenter rights?
No, I'm gonna.
Presenter rights are with Dr. Prakash, Sanjay.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm not sharing that. I will go through. So we talked about different things. We are not just sex sorting technology, but we are much more than that. So what we do initially, the NDDB chairman mentioned about genomic testing. So what we start with is genomic testing. So genomic testing allows you to find the best animals from a larger population, and then you find the best cows and the best bulls, and then we produce sex-sorted semen from those animals. So now the question comes, where do we use the sex-sorted semen? we need to make sure that sex-ordered semen is used on the right animals. So we have another technology called chromosomal mating. So that technology uses to find the best match. So you have the best bull in the world, and they use on the best cows to produce the best progeny. And then we have created a new other technology called farm fit, which is once you have the best female calves born, we need to make sure that calf is alive and she gets pregnant and she produces a new progeny. So we have created a new technology that we call it farm fit that gives you signals to your mobile phone every minute, every 3 minutes regarding the health status of the animal. So that is also we are completing the cycle. And recently, for the last 7-8 years of intensive research, we have found out, we call it as the third revolution in the dairy industry. We found a gene that is responsible for feed efficiency. Feed efficiency, if the animal is feed efficient, the feed efficiency gene has a heritability of 21%, which is more than the heritability of milk. So that is more transmissible than the milk to the progenies. And what does a feed efficient animal do? They can produce the same amount of milk or meat, depending on the animal, by eating less, almost 24% less feed. So that is going to be a huge revolution happening in the industry. After the two other revolutions, the first revolution was genomic testing, and the second revolution, they all happened at the same time. That is sex sorting of technology. So the third revolution in the dairy industry is going to be the feed efficiency. So that is what we are doing as a technology company. Now the question comes, so we all generally think about technology, high technology. Everybody wants to use high technology. And most of us have more technology than we really need. We don't use them really, but we buy them. So use of technology, application of technology need to be appropriate. So we know there are farms, many places in India included, farms are even called high-tech farms. Probably that's a misnomer in my opinion. It should be appropriate technology. Let me relate that terminology to our own technology. Let's say you have sexing technology. We have a great technology available in India now. We produce 93% female. We reduce the males to less than 10%, 7%. But do we need to produce more females from a bad animal? So that is animal wastage. So we need to make sure the technology is applied on the best bulls to produce the best semen and best animals. So the application of technology is important. And this misuse or overuse of technology happens a lot in management and operation side. For example, you have a 10-cow farm. How much digitalization or automation you need? You need to be appropriate. So it is not the high tech, it is the appropriate technology. And there is another element comes in, integration of technology. As I mentioned earlier, we integrate lots of things, the complete cycle, starting from finding the bulls, making sex-ordered semen, using them on the right animal, that is mating recommendations, and then we use and make sure the animal is alive to produce another progeny. And then integration between countries is also very important. So we have developed lots of things, and everybody don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can bring those technologies to India. We are already in India with the sexing technology, and we want to bring, we are planning to bring, we want to bring in a cooperation with NDDB and other organization in India to bring the genomic testing, all other technologies we can possibly bring into India. So that's our goal in the end. And finally, we need to support the farmers because they are making the food for us every day. That's what I have to say now, and I wish all the best for the conference. And we also have a session on genomic testing in this afternoon. So I request you everyone to join that session where we talk more about science and feed efficiency, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prakash. This third revolution, we hope, will flow into India very quickly. Listening to Dr. Shah speaking, I'm sure that NDDB and AMUL, the front runners of introduction of technology and change, will support and look at the possibility of introducing the third revolution in genetics into the dairy sector in India. Thank you very much for your for a quick speech. And I now invite Mr. Jayen Mehta. Mr. Jayen Mehta is Senior General Manager, Planning and Marketing. He's a well-known speaker and well-known personality in the dairy sector. Um, uh, AMUL needs no introduction, probably in the morning speech. We've seen the journey of AMUL. AMUL now federates about 3.6 million farmers across the country. It now produces up close to 9 billion liters of milk annually, and it is the 8th largest dairy company in the world with a turnover of more than $7 billion. So I was referring to a couple of years back, turnover of 5.5 when they crossed 20. Today they are, among the top 10 dairy companies in the world. Mr. Jayen has been with AMUL for more than 30 years. And what a pleasure it would have been for you going through the marketing, the branding, the planning, and the product management across various functions. Sir, it is a great pleasure having you here today, and we look forward to your speech. We welcome you to take over.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for the kind words of introduction. I don't know whether I deserve part of it or not, but it's a pleasure to be with you today. And thank you, CII and Jasdeep ji, for inviting us. And I was very happy to hear the words of wisdom from Dr. Rajorhia this morning, and also interact with Meenesh, Shah, Chairman of NDDB, and also Dr. Prakash, whose speech we heard. I am not as wise as they are, but all I can do is share some of the experiences of AMUL. And I hope that will give a perspective to all of us on how we address this subject at AMUL. So with your permission, I'll share a small presentation which will give an insight into what we do and how we will be doing these things, so that it will help us get more understanding of the subject and practical application of this particular subject. So as you said, it's India 75, and AMUL is also celebrating its 75th year. AMUL was formed about a year ahead of India's independence, way back in 1946. And as you just mentioned, we have covered a journey from 2 village societies and 247 liters of milk to now more than 18,500 villages, 25 million liters of milk every day from 3.6 million farmers. And this is what just you mentioned, a turnover and a continuous and a consistent growth rate of milk production and turnover over the last 7 decades. In terms of the product range, we all know fresh milk is more than 3.5 crore packs per day. Cattle feed also being sold in very large quantities. So all in all, more than 50 products, 1,000 plus SKUs, and 1 million retail outlets. And AMUL is also the second largest brand being picked up from the shelves, which is about 4.6 billion times. Actually, we do more than 14 to 15 billion packs in a year. So this is where the theme of today's session actually comes into play. We are talking of supply chain, we are talking of digitalization. And this is what is the AMUL's supply chain from cow to consumer. So we deal, as I mentioned, with 3.6 million farmers. So there are 7.2 million transactions every day at the village society level, all on a common software of this AMCS in more than 18,500 villages in Gujarat, about 5,000-7,000 villages outside Gujarat. All the milk comes to 18 dairy plants, 18 milk unions having 90 dairy plants with a capacity of 36 million liters per day. So all this milk being transported through 2,500 to 3,000 odd routes. The milk is converted into products. Those products move to the branches. We have more than 75 branches across the country, 200 warehouses. The products are supplied to 10,000 distributors, 1 million retail outlets, and end of the day, it's a customer who picks up the products from the shelves of so many stores. So this is what is the big data of AMUL, and I will talk to you about this supply chain and how digitalization has happened over the last several decades on this. So on one end of the spectrum, we have 36 lakh farmers, 18,500 villages, 18 district unions. We are only 1,000 employees working in the Central Milk Marketing Federation, and we have distributors, retailers, and consumers on the other side. So I'll talk about very briefly about some of the technology-centric activities that we do across our supply chain. be it the common software in which we collect milk or farmer applications, veterinary call centers which benefit the farmers, the village society apps, the common data collection and the milk collection softwares, SAP at our member unions. There are several technology initiatives at the member unions as well as the GCMMF. There is a common software for selling our products at each of our distributor ends, and each of the salesmen of the distributor also carries an app on which he collects the products. And there is a AMUL card app for the retailers in which the retailers can directly place orders on our distributors, and consumers also know have an app which they can locate AMUL and also an e-commerce model of this. So just in the next few minutes, I'll just cover in a nutshell of all the major initiatives that we do. The idea of technology integration was not recent. Way back in 1995, when we were deciding our vision, mission, and strategy, we adopted IT integration as a strategic thrust area. And the insight we had was to think and work like an IT company in food business. And that's how all the different tools and technologies that we have implemented right from village society to the market has been using this particular simple theme, that think like an IT company in food business. And that's how we developed the C2C integrated value chain, the SAP integrated across the backbone for more than 10 years now, and the other softwares which I just mentioned. So basically, from 2011 onwards, we implemented SAP, and then we implemented the common selling systems in the distributor management system, as we call, from 2014 onwards. And from 2016 onwards, we integrated all the village cooperative societies. And that's how you see this integrated C2C supply chain. So every day, 365 days, twice a day, separate transactions of cow and buffalo milk across 18,000 villages and 36 lakh milk producers and 250 lakh liters of milk every day. And most importantly, as Dr. Rajorhia and Mr. Meenesh also mentioned, trust of the producers is very important with the use of technology. And that's why every day more than 20 lakh SMSs are sent as a milk slip to all the milk producers. And the common they use is evident here. Direct payment to payment transfer to the farmers is also visible in their apps. And we send out these SMSs twice a day to all the milk producers based on the quantity and quality of milk. And more importantly, it is not just a transaction mechanism. The data which we get out of it is very robust, and it can be used for forecasting of milk procurement for a village society, for each year, for the entire state, and shift in milk production pattern, shift in fat percentage, percentage, impact of various initiatives we do for milk production enhancement can also be predicted and projected based on this particular tool that we have. Also, along with that, measuring the productivity of cattle and the milk producers, and more importantly, from the management point of view, one has real on-time supervision of the entire operations. Same thing, innovations in veterinary services also have been done. Shah talked about it, but most of our milk unions have been using very fantastic tools for providing services to the cattle. AMUL was in forefront of technology way back in 1950s and 60s when they started having a call center or even a wireless tool-based procurement, veterinary services provided in the villages of the district and the state. And it's been said that it is better to be born as a cow or a buffalo in the villages because a doctor will reach to you in 30 to 50 minutes as compared to a human being, where it takes a lot of time to avail any medical services that we have. So this is what it is. Meenesh mentioned in detail about it, so I will not talk about it. But genomics for higher productivity is being used in a very big way now. We have a tie-up with NDDB, and we will be using technology to the hilt to get the best out of the breeding and the productivity practices that the new technology offers to us. Coming on the sales part of it, the distributor management system has been implemented since 2014. More than 5,000 distributors covered, 1 million retail outlets registered with lat long on the map, and I will talk to you about that. 10,000 distributor salesmen going day in and day out, taking orders from different beats across the country, and 1,000 SKUs being sold, and the data is collated at a central location for analysis. Similarly, our fresh product distribution, half of our business turnover comes from fresh products, which is milk, and the milk delivery agents, the distributors, all use the same common software twice a day for all the fresh products SKUs to collect this. So this is how a screenshot of an SFA app looks like. There are a list of retail outlets on a particular beat, and the salesman goes and takes orders for every single SKU that we have, and based on that, the data is compiled. and lat-long of every single outlet is there. I mean, this is what city of Ahmedabad on a snapshot with more than 6,000-7,000 out retailers mapped onto it. You can click onto any particular food mall. When our sales teams work in the market, we use our own app called AMUL Tracks, in which you move from one place to another, one location to another, and you can take a photograph of an outlet, capture its details, and then it is converted into a beat of the salesman. So this is how technology is being used, and same technology we opened up to consumers. During COVID, during a lot of the times when there were curfews, consumers were not sure where an AMUL outlet will be there and what products will be available there. So the app and the tool that we had for our in-house use was opened up to customers. And today you can download a Locate AMUL app from the Play Store, and you can know this name of the AMUL outlet and the products available in AMUL outlet within 3 to 5 kilometers of your radius. So this is what is the technology helping the consumers also as much as the brand. And the same tools, since we have the lat-long and other details available, we use GIS for advanced analytics of setting up outlets, setting up AMUL parlors, setting up of visibility, improving our availability, penetration, production, and product availability and distribution across the top 100 cities of the country. This is the Pune city map, in which we have mapped all of our outlets, and we are working on filling up the gaps, and any other tools are required for that. And the same thing during the pandemic, we realized when our salesmen were not able to move in the market, we had this app called AMUL Cart. More than 30,000 retailers actually have downloaded this app. They place their order directly on AMUL Cart for more than 970 of our SKUs. So this is how you use technology to ensure that the entire supply chain works in a very synchronized and a concerted manner. And similarly, consumer channel app is also there, in which the consumers are linked to the distributor, and they get to see the SKUs available within their 5 to 7 kilometers radius of the distributor, and the products are also home delivered. So apart from relying on selling our products to the Amazon, Big Baskets, and Flipkarts of the world, we also use our own tools and technologies to directly connect with the customers. And same thing, IoT is being used for our more than 70 cold store warehouses across the length and breadth of the country to ensure that our supply chain remains efficient, intact, and it's not disturbed. And this is the most challenging part of it, using technology to engage with the customers. We know social media and the digital tools have been very powerful. AMUL has been on the front of this technology revolution. We were among the first few companies in India to set up web presence way back in 1995. We are very strong on social media, using various tools to do that. But more importantly, leveraging social media for micro-targeting is the new frontier. So we know where the location of the outlet is. We know what product is available at that outlet. And now what we are doing is geo-targeting the consumers around a particular AMUL parlor or any shop selling or introducing these new products. And we are able to reach out to them, communicate to them, and bring traffic and customers to the shops and trying to make our selling more efficient. So this is how digital technology works end-to-end, right from a milk producer in the village to a consumer across the length and breadth of the country. And all these are available for monitoring on a dashboard where it's not just a dashboard for the central office of the top management. It is the dashboard available for every single member of our team. So be it secretary of a village cooperative society to as a procurement head of a district union, a supervisor of a village of a district union, a salesman of the organization, or even the CEO of the company. And now, over the last few weeks, we have launched our AMUL Dairy Trade platform, in which we are selling our products through a forward auction mechanism for several of our commodities, which is helping us discover the price and also the demand of our products across the length and breadth of the country. So this is how we are leveraging the strength of our brand, the network that we have. More than 500 traders have registered on this, and they are coming online and buying our products through this new tool. So this is what I just wish to summarize the activities at AMUL. What's next for AMUL? So what's good for India is good for AMUL, and vice versa. India is the largest producer of milk in the world. Today, about 22% of the total milk in the world is produced in India. And over the next 10 years, 12 years, India will contribute to 30% of this total milk. And so at AMUL, we also have made our plans. We are currently procuring 250 lakh liters of milk. We have a plan for collecting about 530 lakh liters of milk per day by 2030. The procurement and the processing facilities also will be increased, and the sales turnover also will more than double from the current levels of about 40,000 crores to over 1 lakh crores. And India certainly has a chance to become dairy to the world, and as a surplus country, we have a huge opportunity to realize better price for our products by selling a variety of products, not only for the Indian diaspora across the world, but also get into the mainstream products. So just to summarize, and which is what I think the YesBank paper also talks about it, digital or technological intervention is an imperative. One doesn't have any other option. But more importantly, the technological adoption aids in scientific planning, prediction, and better use of this. A huge opportunity for all the enterprises. We are a very integrated organization, right from village society to market, but there are many other private players or many other cooperatives who have not seen the end-to-end spectrum of it. So this is where it's a huge opportunity. More importantly, the integration of technology with business across each stakeholder aids in real-time monitoring and action. And it's actually a real connection between the cow to the consumer, as what we call it. IT systems need to gear up for enabling digital transformation. So all the organizations who are a part of this meeting today need to understand that this is what is required, and backend, a strong backend is also very, very important. And what we think at AMUL is to have a vision of being the Amazon/Google of dairy enterprises. Basically, try to have a solution to all the problems that we have using the best possible tools and technology, be it IT or even processing and marketing. Thank you so much. This is the 100th birth centenary of Dr. Kurian, and in his words, we have traversed a path that few have dared to. We are continuing a path that few have the courage to follow. We must pursue a path that even few can dream to pursue. Yet we must, because we hold in trust the aims and aspirations of millions of our country. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to take any questions now or later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jayen. That was, we heard about the vision and the plans from the chairman of NDDB, and from you, we've seen the implementation. I'm sure the 100-odd companies who are participating today from the dairy fraternity will be very closely watching the digitization work you've done, and we wish you all the very best to be the Amazon of Indian dairy. Probably someday Amazon will say we'd like to be the AMUL of the global dairy digitization work or delivery work. Thank you very much for your time. I'll quickly move to the next session. We have some very interesting speakers. We have a lead speaker who's waiting to board a flight in the next 10-15 minutes. So, Jasdeep, shall we move to the next session? I thank all the participants.
In fact, I was just about to say that you have a tough task at hand, and please accelerate that, for the gentleman who's supposed to board the flight. So,
Sure.
Thank you. Quick thanks to all the distinguished delegates, distinguished speakers who joined in the inaugural session. Thank you so much. And regret the delay to all the participants. But I think just as Mr. Mehta mentioned about the importance of social media and reaching out, I think I'll just request speakers of the inaugural session and of the following sessions to keep amplifying the messages which we are posting parallelly as the session proceeds. We are posting them on social media, Twitter handles. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sanjay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jasdeep, and welcome to the next session, the plenary session on dairy value chains, the changing dynamics and projections for 2030. Very good morning again to all ladies and gentlemen who are continuing to stay, and a warm welcome to this panel discussion. Thank you all for being here. This session will focus on, we have actually 3 sessions, one on an overview of the dairy sector, the second on digitization, and the third on animal genetics. So this session will focus on getting the perspective of 4 very eminent and highly reputed dairy industry representatives and thought leaders on the changing dynamics across the dairy value chain, key factors that are driving change in the dairy sector, digitization and technology changes that are likely to impact the dairy sector, and their outlook of how the dairy sector will look like 10 years from now. This session will have two rounds, one focused on the consumption side and the other focused on the supply side. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce to you our four highly reputed panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Vijay Sardana, who's an advocate with a strong focus on techno-legal and techno-commercial aspects of agribusiness value chain. He's an investment strategist and a trade advisor as well. He's a well-known column writer, author, TV panelist, and speaker in national and international conferences. Welcome, Mr. Sardana. We look forward to hear your views. Our second panelist is Mr. Neeraj Kumar, who is the managing director of a Swedish MNC, Dilaval, India, based out of Pune. Dilaval is a Tetra Laval Group company and has over 135 years of innovation and experience in dairy business, supporting dairy farmers in managing their farms. Dilaval is a technology leader offering integrated milk solutions and consumables that improve the performance of dairy farms. Mr. Neeraj Kumar has more than 30 years of industry experience. He has worked across sales, marketing, product innovation functions across Tetra Laval Group, including in Alpha Laval and Tetra Pak. He will bring in his industry perspective on dairy demand trends, how demand for dairy processing technology is changing, and the evolving trends in the dairy farming space. Welcome, sir. Great to have you on this panel. Our third panelist is Ms. Megan Fallon, who's Chief Impact Officer of Innoterra AG. Innoterra is a Swiss-Indian food and technology platform company operating in 14 countries. The company's mission is to transform the food ecosystem at scale to ensure sustainable supply of healthy food to the world. Innoterra's food business works closely with farmers and provides tech-enabled distribution platforms to all partners in the food ecosystem, such that high-quality, perishable, and non-perishable products reach consumers through fully integrated and seamless value chains. We will draw on Ms. Megan's international experience in building tech-enabled integrated value chains to delve on the emerging trends and role of digitalization in dairy supply chain. We heard a lot in the inaugural session. We look forward to your audition, Ms. Megan. Thank you for coming in. We also have Dr. Captain Tanveer Alam, who is Director of Marketing for Kemin Industries South Asia Private Limited. Kemin is a trusted market leader in the animal feed, beef, dairy, poultry, and allied industry. The company offers a wide variety of solutions to help optimize nutrition, improve gut health, support immune function, and extend the shelf life of feed. Kemin Industries produce more than 500 specialty ingredients and serves the animal nutrition requirements in more than 120 countries. Dr. Captain Tanveer Alam is a veterinary by profession and has more than 25 years of industry experience. We will draw on his experience to highlight on the emerging challenges and trends in the feed sector. We look forward to listening to you, Dr. Alam. A very warm welcome to you all respected panelists. On behalf of CII and Yes Bank, I thank you for accepting our request to share your thoughts and views on this platform. And I'll start with the first round of questions, which will focus on the demand side dynamics. The first question is to you, Mr. Vijay Sardana, given that you're rushing to catch a flight. You have been studying the dairy sector closely, advocating change and advising a number of organizations on strategic, techno-legal, and techno-commercial aspects. How do you see the dairy sector spanning out in the next decade? What are the key areas that the dairy supply chain is shifting towards, and what should we be ready for as a country? To you, sir.
Sanjay ji, good morning. First of all, hope I'm audible.
Perfect.
Thank you. Good morning to all the viewers and fellow panelists. I was watching last two sessions of Jayen and other friends in the earlier session, quite informative. See, my way of looking at it is we are talking about 2030. It means we are entering into a little bit uncertain zone because of various reasons. My way of looking at it is, let me highlight few points, and all those points I will be putting on my blog also. Those who are following me on my social media can get the details on link. Sorry for disturbance because this is an airport right now, so you may get some background music or disturbances. See, my way of looking at two sides. One is when we are talking of demand side, one has to look at that I'm not looking into, we are going to be more of a international markets. And I'm not looking for a major rise in dairy products per se. So when I'm not looking at major prices for dairy per se, then how the farmers are going to make money when we expect that prices are likely to go up, for the labor cost is going to go up by approximately 50%. And feed cost in India in many parts of the world may go up by another 20 to 30%. So one side you have an escalation on the input cost, labor and feed. On the other side, the global population and the consumption dynamics are not going to give you a space to increase the price for various reasons. One of the reason is that milk will become one of the most expensive protein. Keep this in mind. Because after all, in 1 liter milk, how much protein we are getting. And when we are talking about nutrition for the human health, people will start calculating not the liters, but the nutritional value in the products. It means we have to look at how we are going to create demand for dairy products. Majority of products in India are in Me Too category. Whether it is milk powder, milk, dahi, lassi, we all are in Me Too category. And Me Too category will not give you margins, it can give you volumes. So profitability will be under pressure. And why I'm saying this? Because for a simple reason that today somebody was saying about that I have a distribution network, but with e-commerce companies coming up, even a small company with a good product can get a distribution network via e-commerce approach. There's no need to create your own distribution network now. So things may change in coming days. What is important is going to be now. It is not like Me Too, but what we are going to look at is innovations in the dairy segment. Innovations not purely in dairy, but what I am expecting is in coming days, there is going to be hybridization in the product development, cereal plus milk, juices plus milk, milk with other options. All those things we have to keep in mind. Issue will be that large brands will face a major competition from regional brands because people will look for a lot of functionality in the product, not just the kg or the quantity. Now, in order to ensure functionality with local taste, it needs a lot of innovation about the consumer behavior understanding. There's going to be pressure from vegan culture because today we have a climate issue. There is a growing culture of vegan. So what people will look at is an alternate to milk as well. And that community is also emerging very strong. So considering all these factors from a market point of view, what I'm looking at is that consumers of dairy product will not be pure dairy, but dairy will be one of the ingredient. And when I'm talking of dairy is one of the ingredient, it means milk cannot be looked as a whitener anymore. Because there will be alternate to whitener. I can create whitener through soya protein. I can create whitener through other options. So milk has to find out its own place in coming days because it is going to be an expensive nutritional source. And how it is going to be. So demand for the new market for milk will exclusively depend upon increase in income of the consumers. Higher income will consume the high cost product, otherwise it will be all commodities. But there is going to be huge opportunity in dairy sector considering pandemic and awareness about the health issues. Issues like immunoglobulin, lactoferrin and other issues which is unique to milk. How we can work on those functional products so that consumer continue to pay premium for the dairy products is the way forward what I'm looking at. Now, another area which we have not explored and I feel in India we have huge opportunity and that is colostrum. We always look at milk, but with the immunity issue emerging as a major focus, I think the dairy companies, those who have connect with the farmers, should look at colostrum as a new domain, which is going to be a super premium category for dairy products. And that can create a lot of innovative products with blending. Now, with this approach, another angle which we have to focus is on that instead of liters, Now focus will be on solids in the milk. And considering socio-economic scenario, I feel buffalo will take more attention comparative to cows. And another area to look at is we all are talking about low methane production because the word is talking about climate change. We are talking about methane release from the ruminants. So number of animals will not be encouraged. Productivity per animal will be encouraged. And we have seen the presentation from UK. That is very important and we have to take that very, very seriously. As far as integrity of the quality is concerned from the consumer point of view, consumers will be very happy to adopt blockchain-based technologies because that will ensure that milk is secure, no adulteration, no pollution, nothing. And that will give consumer confidence. Things will also change when it comes to balance sheet for the companies. It is not going to be the only financial turnovers. We have to also factor in issues like carbon and water footprint, emission created by the milk production and dairy segment. All those factors will be a new challenge for dairy owners. It is not going to be like you have cows and collect milk and sell milk. There will be a lot of accountability and responsibility on dairy owners. Otherwise, consumers will switch to something else. Now, while doing this, as it is clearly mentioned, that human monitoring will be very difficult. So, role of sensors, role of internet linked systems will become very, very prominent. And important point is these sensors will be far cheaper than human interventions. So going forward, technology will play a very important role because it is going to be much cheaper, more effective, real time, will ensure traceability and sustainability of the businesses. With all these technological challenges and consumer behavior changes in the market, it will have its own implication on the legal system, the way we are operating in dairy segment. And my concern is that in coming days, you will find more political interferences in dairy-like businesses because there will be trade-off between the profitability vis-a-vis the farmer's income. There will be challenges of competition. So how you are going to sustain the farmers on one account, on the other side, the growing demand of consumer on the other, and both are working in opposite direction because farmer is expecting more and more money. On the other side, consumer will switch to other options if the prices becomes more than expected or desirable levels. And this is going to create a lot of political frictions in policy making, and we have to be ready for that. And another area which I feel we have to look at is very, very clearly that new investments globally in dairy business, because of these factors, will go into the countries where we have more grazing areas. Maybe AMUL should start looking at expansion into Africa. I will say that even why, see, today AMUL has to become a global player. You can make a lot of low-cost products into Africa, bring into India, ensure the profitability for AMUL and distribute that bonus back to part of that to Indian farmers as well. So there can be a lot of new hybridization model. One has to look at it in coming days. Otherwise, there will be a lot of competition, which we know in other sectors. Today, we are facing in edible oil, we are facing in grains, we are facing in pulses. It should happen in AMUL. Inward looking approach may not last too long. AMUL has to start thinking like global. And my last point, which I want to say is very, very clearly, food laws will also change because market will be flooded with a lot of innovative products. So how you are going to accommodate innovation in the food laws, that will be interesting challenge to see that whether regulators will control or the technology will decide how the law should evolve. And that is going to be an interesting see. And there is going to be delay in change in law, which will delay the growth and progress of the industry. And that is why Indian industry should start educating the policymaker that how things are likely to change so that ecosystem gets ready. And the last point is the challenge for India will emerge from ESG systems, environmental, social, and sustainability point of view. It is not simply commercialization. commercial organizations will have social and environmental obligations as well. And that will create more problems in the form of non-tariff barriers when it comes to globalization of trade. And that will also decide the investments coming into dairy sector, especially in private dairy sector. If they are not meeting ESG norms, private investors and banks may not fund them. So that is another way to look at it. Overall, very exciting time in coming days, but there's going to be a lot of disruptions on the way. So this in brief I wanted to say, and I may not be part of the second session or the second part of your discussion because my flights are announced. So I'll be more than happy to share my thoughts, even in writing. You can follow my blog. I'll put a lot of thoughts there also. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sardana. In fact, that was a very clear coverage right from vegan to ESG, talking about functionality, talking about solid versus liters, environmental concerns. Thank you very much for that. I'll move to our next. The next question I ask is to Mr. Neeraj Kumar. Mr. Neeraj, you have been associated with the dairy sector for more than a decade now. And you have closely experienced the changing trends in the sector over the last decade, both from a demand perspective as well as from a farming perspective. My question to you is, what are the key consumption and demand trends that the dairy sector is currently experiencing? And how are these trends impacting the introduction of technology and innovation from a consumer perspective or consumer requirement perspective?
Right. Very good morning to you all. A pleasure to be there on this forum. When we look at the white milk perspective or the dairy industry, and we look at the consumer perspective, milk has traditionally been used, if we look at percentage wise, research earlier used to say that it's almost 65% of the white milk, which is being used for making tea and coffee. And that has been the traditional consumption for milk, and a large portion then was going into drinking and making some products out of the milk. This I'm talking about organized sector of the milk consumption pattern. Now, what has happened to the consumer trend? And interestingly here, if we look at the consumer is certainly evolving day by day, as is global economy and the global, I would say, communication networks. The consumer is more agile, more globally connected, more traveling, and more aware and experienced of different products. Having said that, the consumer today also has a possibility wherein they get the product delivered to them, or they have no need to prepare the product themselves, like we used to do earlier at our home. Today, the consumer wants a finished product with them, which they can consume directly. So for example, a curd, which we used to set at our home earlier, that means the consumer wants the curd ready to use, not they're going to set it up at their home. The change of consumer behavior practically is driving value-added product category. And it's important to understand that the value-added product category is growing quite fast. If we see last few years, the value-added product category included ready-to-use dahi, ready-to-use cheese slices, and all market has grown. And in the recent time, we have seen lots and lots of varieties of yogurt, different flavored milk, blend of milk and other ingredients, functional milk products. And subsequent to that, I would say the most interesting one which is the most traditional but keep on getting innovated is ghee, with different kind of value additions, whether it is A1, A2 or some other formats, including the khoa part of it. So I would in general say that the current consumer behavior is towards value-added products. White milk will continue to be there, but in our observation on the consumer research studies, the consumption of white milk will reduce and the value-added product consumption will continue to increase. It may include the functional milk products as well. So while white milk will continue to provide the dairy processors the basic bread and butter, but when we look at, or let's say basic bread, I would say, not the butter, but when we look at the margins perspective from the consumer point of view, it will be mostly driven by the value-added products, and that's where I would say that the industry must look at possible options globally and local consumer behaviors. This also means that the whole supply chain will need to gear up for distribution differently and also for procurement differently. Distribution, I say, because then we will need to have mechanism to distribute the value-added products, mechanism to have the packaging options, mechanism to have the placement options, mechanism to look at whether we are going direct to home or whether we are going through retail or through supermarket or through the corner shop, or what is going to be our distribution strategy. When we talk about the procurement, a value-added product always means that you need to have a good quality milk. And what is the definition of good quality milk in India? It is equal to fat and acid. Now, predominantly, I would say that has been our definition, where the milk cost is being paid to the farmer, and hence the farmer just understands fats and acid. However, that has to change. That has to evolve further. We can see that in certain cases, it is already happening. NDDB is putting a lot of emphasis on that. AMUL and many other private processors are putting in emphasis on that. But it is still a long way to go. Technology has to come in at the dairy farm level, not at the aggregators level, not at the bulk milk cooler, but at the dairy farm level, for the purpose of traceability, for the purpose of operational efficiency, for the purpose of data capturing through automation, not just the sensors, but the total farm analysis. And when I say total farm analysis, the whole objective of that being twofold. One is to ensure that we are able to get productivity, and the other thing is to ensure that we are able to get quality of the milk. And integrated together, we are able to get farm profitability, which is going to be the most important factor when we are growing the dairy category in the future. While we can expand the processing with lots of automation and mechanization, we need to integrate it back with the dairy farming. And hence the automation and the
Thank you, Mr. Meenesh. On the dairy farm part of it and the farm level, I'd like to, dig a little deeper onto that. But just before that, if you allow me, I'll go to Dr. Alam and Ms. Megan, and then come back to you because that is an interesting area we'd like to look at.
Sure.
Dr. Alam, we have heard Mr. Neeraj talk about the changing trends in terms of the consumer behavior. We have talked. He's talked about how quality could become or should become the key focus area over over fat and SNF to meet the changing demand for high value products. You have been working in the feed area for a very, very long time. Your organization is a leading feed supplement manufacturer and a nutrient management firm. What, as per you, is the current scenario of cattle feed industry in India, and how do you foresee the future of cattle feed industry in the coming decade? What does the industry need to do to address the quality requirement that Mr. Neeraj has been just pointing out?
Thanks a lot, Sanjay. First of all, it's my privilege to be there in this forum, and through this forum, able to communicate to the nice audience who is there into this, quite good in number also. So, first thing first, I think when we talk about dairy, dairy happens to be playing much more important role in meeting the nutritional requirement of the population of India than what we perceive. And let me put it into the data perspective. All the people who are in India, they need roughly 25 to 30 million metric ton of protein every year from the nutritional requirement perspective. And the dairy alone contributes 25% of that total protein requirement. If we convert the entire milk being produced in India, that is around 200 odd million metric ton, 196 or 200 million metric ton. Convert into what protein we are getting from it, it becomes around 6.5 or 6.6 million metric ton, which is roughly 25% of the total protein requirement. So it's playing extremely important role in keeping the India running on its feet. So that's the first important point. Now coming to the next part, like, when we talk about graduation, which is happening in the market towards the value addition side, I will put it into the spectrum. Definitely there are consumers in India who are still looking for milk as a milk, and there are consumers who are looking for milk as a value-added product. We can't ignore one, or we can't focus only on the other. So I'll put the entire thing into the bandwidth, and would like to say that, what exactly is happening is that everywhere they are looking for quality perspective on the milk because of ongoing situation also. The definition of quality varies and all that. And Neeraj has very rightly, and eloquently, delved on this matter. I'd like to say that when we talk about quality milk, it actually originates from quality feed. And that's where the focus of mine is going to be there, as you rightly said also, Sanjay. In India, we have roughly around 10 million metric ton of feed being produced at present. And it is being produced by roughly 500 cattle feed manufacturers. But there are around 80 of them who are producing 60% of the total feed being produced. That is around 6 million metric ton is coming from around 80 odd cattle feed manufacturers. So and they also have got different kind of capacity. Some of them are producing as high as 50,000 metric ton per month. Some of them could be around 1,000 or 1,500 odd metric ton per month. So it's very scattered. So if we look at in terms of what are we foreseeing as a kind of trend, I've got three trends actually to share. One, during COVID time, particularly this trend which I have observed has cropped up, is the leveraging of the installed capacity of the feed millers. And there is a lot of collaboration which is happening among them. So that reflects that the fresh capex investment may go little slow, because the focus is going to be more by each of the feed millers to use the installed capacity to at least say 90%. In my assessment, at present, it is around 60, 55 or 60% to the max, the capacity utilization it was. And the people are now looking for how to use that capacity. And that's where the trend of a feed manufacturer going towards manufacturing of other species feed is catching up. 2-3 years back, I was hardly finding any, say, cattle feed manufacturer who was thinking to produce, say, fish feed or poultry feed also, or vice versa. But when we move around, we see that that is really getting blurred. Now, species is getting blurred. People are looking for how to utilize the capacity. That's point number one as a trend. This also, by the way, gives them an advantage of better negotiation of raw material, price, and various other things. And I don't want to go deeper how important that subject is today when we have seen the soya price skyrocketing, partly because of some other reasons, but majorly also because of speculation. The second trend is about the quality feed production. There is a definite understanding of feed manufacturers that if they have to stay in the market for long, they have to produce quality feed. And what is the definition of that? I will say still it is towards the crude protein or addition of feed supplement or better PDI, but these are good enough for the cattle feed, because earlier nobody was thinking also in that direction so seriously, except for a few leading players. So that is one point which is catching up fast. Another good part is that BIS is also thinking strongly to make it actually mandatory to have the certification of BIS for the cattle feed. There has been some changes in the promulgation date, but I guess from January onward, from 2022, perhaps it's going to be the in picture. They have given a cooling off period in between. The third trend is about the part that feed is not just the domain in which the people are looking at how to give the support to the dairy farmer, because the definition of feed is not limited only to feed. It is getting extended to forage also. Unlike other species like poultry or even aqua, in cattle, it's not only the feed which is consumed by the dairy. Majorly, it's a forage. So silage or EMR, they are catching up in a big way in coming time. And in terms of projection, as you asked that how you're foreseeing the growth, it's sounding very bullish there. In my most pessimistic approach, I will say it's not going to grow less than 10% CAGR for next 5 years, because all signs are coming in that manner. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alam. I think that is a very, very clearly put three-pointer in terms of trend and where you see the feed sector progressing. I'll come back to you on the supply side. But before that, I'd like to now bring in Ms. Megan Fennan, Chief Impact Officer of Innoterra. Ms. Megan, Innoterra AG focuses on sustainable development of food ecosystems through end-to-end integration and digitization. What are the key trends that you see as panning out from a consumer perspective in terms of value chain integration and digitization? And how is this shaping the ecosystem that addresses consumer demand? To you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible and everybody can hear me. Good morning, everybody, and such an honor and pleasure to be with everybody on this call. I have to say, I invited my team because we are learning a lot from all of you as we go through this morning's session. I think from Mr. Sardana's point of view and also Mr. Alam, a lot of those messages resonate with us here at Innoterra, where we really are focusing on the farmer and back to the dairy farmer and really thinking through many of the aspects of convergence that we see happening in this moment between climate, between food security, between consumer preference change, and also most importantly, between how he is actually earning and going to earn in the future, and how we can really structure business models now that enable that earning to continue, keeping in mind the very, very critical and important point that Mr. Alam made about the need for dairy farming in the subsistence cycle, in the actual life of dairy farmers. And so that is not to be minimized, that aspect, because it's extremely important. And actually, we are seeing rates of malnutrition continue to rise in farmer communities. And this is really a tragedy. And so dairy has a very strong role to play still in that social and rural village level economic and well-being point of view. And certainly during COVID, we have seen the importance of dairy for farmers in terms of keeping them going, very, very much just keeping their head above water. So at Innoterra, we're really focusing on sort of 5 key areas. The first one is obviously technology, because Innoterra is a technology platform with very strong capacity in building our own technology stack and in being able to take a highly innovative approach to that technology, not only focusing on precision and some of the more transactional elements, and most importantly, transparency, which we're hearing increasingly from farmers is a very deep concern, but also in terms of starting to design technology directly to the farmer. So there's a lot of technology out there that's there for people who can read and write, people who can, who are already quite leveraged, but can we actually now begin to extend that to really empower every individual farmer, dairy farmer with technology in a strong way, and not just one that they perceive as being a transactional link, one that actually carries value for them, knowledge, the ability to learn, the ability to understand the differences between new products. So we see a big knowledge gap and an opportunity in that space as well. So this sort of idea of by farmer for farmer becomes extremely important. I think we are looking at some very creative business model development, both on the side of cattle itself and the way that we create inclusion, the way that we create financing and credit scoring mechanisms that allow herd sizes to increase, therefore profitability to increase. And we have identified really 2 critical areas there that we've designed specifically into. One is around inclusion and low credit score ability for many, many farmers. And the second one is around lack of margin and cash flow to support the purchasing of additional assets. So we've launched, I believe, the world's first and only asset sharing model for livestock, which is a pretty revolutionary concept and is getting incredible response from rural communities who are understanding, remarkably understanding this business proposition very, very strongly. Because it comes with an aligned nutrition bundle that is at an extremely high quality. So what we're looking for is quality output and increased output, so that the farmer really is able to understand that difference. And of course, climate plays a very important part in that coefficient, because we are looking specifically at behavior change through the access to those two mechanisms towards better methane, water usage, and other specific climate behaviors. So I think that's a very important thought process. You can't be in any part of agriculture right now and not be thinking about climate. And then the next area is about really moving the farmer in his thinking from a greed to grow mentality, as my COO loves to talk about. Really helping the dairy farmer to move beyond a short-term thinking to a longer-term thinking. And by using that asset sharing model and indeed the products and the way they're presented to him, the support he gets directly via the digital technology as a way to do that. And then thinking obviously about women. We are working very aggressively on some comprehensive inclusion of women in dairy farming initiatives, one that really seeks to formalize their already existing contributions in a much more defined way. This is a big trend that we heard and we hear consistently in rural communities, the need and the desire for formalization of those interactions. And so we're working there. And then we're also working on some very creative social credit scoring to allow women to actually manage their own assets and leveraging them at every point in that asset ownership trajectory, so that we are really creating an additional layer of earnings to those households. And I think that brings me to the last point, which is around really looking at the 360-degree, because as we know, dairy farmers, yes, there's certainly 1% that are just dairy farmers, but for so many of our dairy farmers, they are doing other livelihoods and other kinds of farming. And so we're really trying to understand what role dairy plays in an overall household and how we can uplift and enable and really give the support, whether that's finance, whether that's knowledge, whether that's access to great inputs that are needed to help that farmer family to thrive. So kind of widening that value stream. I think I'll leave it there and certainly happy to take some questions at the end.
Thank you very much, Ms. Megan. I think that's a very clear picture. I think a very differentiated model in terms of asset sharing model that you're coming up with, and hopefully you'll be able to integrate with a number of players who are already working on trying to procure quality milk. Many of the private sector and government, as you listened today, AMUL, NDDB work towards development of farmers. I'm sure your innovations will play an important role here. I'll move to the second part of.
That's such, if I can just interrupt for a minute, because I think that's such an important additional point. Because of the nature of the complexity.
Ms. Megan, if you don't mind, I'll come back to you because we have
Sure.
just about 10 minutes. So I'd like you to actually conclude the session for us. So you could probably come in there because we just want to capture on the digitization bit as well from a supply side. But coming to Mr. Neeraj Kumar from Tilawan, sir, you have spoken about the demand side, and you were mentioning about the need for quality improvement. Do you see any evolution happening in the Indian dairy farming sector itself in terms of models that are evolving, and what could happen over the next decade or so, and what meaningful contribution can the private sector do to build such models?
Thanks a lot for the question. Just a quick input here. I won't take much time. The dairy farming segment has to evolve as a commercial dairy farm. And when I say commercial dairy farm, we need to understand it need not be 100 to 500 to 1,000 cows necessarily. Globally, a dairy farm would mean about 50 to 100 cow farm with lots of mechanization and automation. And this is something which is happening in Punjab also. We have farmers who have benefited immensely with the dairy farm automation and mechanization. And that is where I think private sector and cooperative sector both can contribute a lot by empowering the dairy farmers in moving to mechanization and automation, and hence changing the whole way the milk is produced, collected, and processed. So that is something which is already on the card. We can see already the bubbles all around India, and they are becoming bigger and bigger day by day, and they will continue to become bigger if the farmers have to be retained in dairy farming. Otherwise, farmers will quit dairy farming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that was very precise and very well calibrated for the time we have left. Just 3 minutes to go. But we do talk about commercial farming. A lot of analysis has been done to increase the herd size. But typically, the general thought is that 1,000 cows and above makes commercial sense. I'm sure you're working on models to grow an Indian commercial farm of about 50 to 100 cows. It's a very, very well taken input. Thank you very much. Going to the next question, back to you, Dr. Balan. We were talking about, the feed scenario. In terms of raw material sourcing for feed, and in terms of where do we use, you stopped at feed and forage. So where do we stand in terms of supply, and what technological advancements do you see are required to meet the demand supply gap? Could you throw some light on the supply side as well? Mr. Anand, for a minute.
Thanks. It's a good question, pertinent question for today. From data perspective, we have deficit of dry fodder and green fodder in country. Dry fodder deficit is around 10%. Green fodder as of now is around 40-45%. The thumb rule says that one milking animal which is giving around 7 to 8 liters of milk consumes 1 metric ton of feed in a year. So as I said in the previous part, 10 million metric ton we are producing in a year. So it means that we are producing feed only for 10 million animals, whereas we have at least 60 to 70 odd million decent milking animals in India. So there's 7 or 8 times or 6 or 7 times of growth opportunity. Coming to the RM or raw material part supply side, basically 3 RMs are used: DORB, maize, and some kind of cakes, oil cakes are there. When we look at maize in particular, this year we are going to be expecting kharif production of around 19.5 million metric ton as against the previous kharif of 17.8 million metric ton. So we can expect that the supply is going to be decent, price is going to be soft. But the only flip side is that the export demand is coming really high. The booking is going very high. We are going to be expecting around one or more than 1 million metric ton additional export because of the impact or fear of La Nina in Brazil. So which is going to be perhaps sucking away part of the maize which we will be producing, and that may put pressure on the raw material price here in India. DORB, I am seeing that is going to be more or less flat. And in terms of overall cost of the feed perspective, unlike poultry, where it has really shot up a lot, primarily because of the soya price, here in dairy feed, I think that raw material is going to be more behaving, sensibly in the coming 6 months or so. Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanvir. I'm sure all the procurement managers who are here today will be looking at that. Ms. Megan, as a concluding question to the session, I come back to you. If you could continue, and also, you have talked about your model. You're a company which is looking at integration and digital platforms. You talked about the farmer level model. Could you take us through? I'm sure you've seen, dairy across the world. What are the key digitalization trends that are happening across the world in countries which probably, dairy looks like that in India? Which of these will probably evolve into India, and how do you see this progressing?
Sure. I think I see the two biggest trends that need to increase in velocity as being precision technologies and traceability. I think these are two. I also think there's a significant climate link to technologies that are able to aggregate climate-related data, which also need to come into our dairy chains in terms of technology. But at the same time, I also see that the coming of age of Indian technologies in the dairy sector actually opens a door to the international market. I would agree with and echo whoever was talking about that previously. I really see a need now for India to start exporting some of its not only technical assistance, business models, understandings on technology and the technology itself to places like Africa, because I think there is also that need there. Certainly on experimentation with nutrition is somewhere that I think Africa could benefit hugely. And then the model of decentralized procurement and decentralized delivery is something that still Africa struggles with enormously. And this is also a big contribution that India can start to think about country by country in Africa and even Latin America, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you very much on that. Dear panelists, thank you very much to compress your thoughts in a short period. We could catch up with time. And thank you for your very valuable and deep insights. It was indeed Yes Bank's pleasure to interact with you all and learn so much. On behalf of Yes Bank and CII, we thank you all for being so open with your thoughts. And I now pass on the session to the CII Secretariat. We have the next session coming up with the panel members waiting. Back to you. Jasdeep. Thank you. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. The next session is Digital Inflection in Dairy Supply Chain, Challenges and Opportunities. I now request Mr. Anuj Agarwal, Managing Director, CP Milk Food and Food Products, to kindly take over from here.
Yeah, thank you, Kuldeep. A very warm welcome to all the participants on this session on digital inflection in dairy supply chain. And it's my absolute honor and pleasure to welcome all of you here. I'll just give a brief background about dairy industry and the session that we have today. So I'm sure all of us come from the dairy industry, but still just a quick few recaps. We all know that India is the world's largest producer of milk products, largest producer and the consumer with 174 million tons as the annual production, in comparison to the world production of 894 tons. It is incidentally also one of the largest crops that we have. It in fact has more turnover in terms of value than wheat and paddy put together, which have traditionally been one of the largest crops in the industry. It contributes roughly 6.5 lakh crores or 26% of the agriculture GDP. Also, the dairy sector, while it is still largely unorganized, only 40% of the market is organized. It can be a little more in the southern, the western part, but if you consider the entire country as a whole, only 40% of the market is organized. And hence the growth rate of the demand of the dairy industry in India has been much higher than the world average. It is growing at 4.8% CAGR as compared to 1.8% in the world over. But despite all these things, there is a large gap that the Indian dairy industry needs to cover. In few areas, we really lag behind. One of them is the productivity of farm animals. We stand at 1,777 liters per animal per year, which is way lower than the world average of 2,700. It can be further lower if we compare only the European or the American part of the world. So, this is where we stand as of now. Although the productivity has increased significantly in the last few years, but there's still a long gap and a long way to go for the dairy industry. And technology plays a significantly important role in the evolution of the industry going forward. While technology has been largely focused on sectors like education, like e-commerce, but dairy as a sector has started experiencing the impact of technology in the past few years. And this has been further heightened, especially after the COVID times. Whether it is in the field of health tracking of animals, robotic milking machines, product traceability, feed management, e-commerce, supply chain, farm management, or even the biotechnology part of it. So we have today here people belonging to almost every field, and we would like to hear their inputs on how the technology is impacting, how they, through their businesses, are impacting through technology, the dairy sector, and how do they see the future of it. And for this, I would like to first invite Ms. Ashna Singh. She is the founder and CEO of Move Farms. This is a company that is largely based on providing services to the farmers, improving the efficiency of farmers, providing a platform to sell cattle, and many more activities. So I would like to welcome Ashna Singh to please take forward and share with us how her platform is helping farmers increase their income and how the milk procurement has been. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anuj. Thank you. Good afternoon to all participants. And thank you for the kind introduction. And I'll give a brief about myself first. So I'm Ashna Singh. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Move Farm Private Limited. Brief background, originally from Amritsar, Punjab. I did my BCom honors from Delhi University, Lady Shri Ram, followed by my master's in business management from London School of Economics. So completely non-agri, non-dairy, non-veterinary background, but passionate about making a change, passionate about enhancing what our collective goal is 100 million lives by 2030. And we realized that dairy, we were initially thinking what in agriculture, but shortlisted dairy because of three key reasons. It has youth, it has women, and it has farmers whose livelihood is daily dependent on dairy rather than agri where there is twice a year, dairy is twice a day. So we focused on creating some kind of economic impact and increasing productivity and farmers' income through our platform as well as extension services. So a bit brief about Move Farm. We are an early stage dairy technology startup, award-winning, multi-award winning startup, wherein we provide a connected commerce, which is a 360-degree solution to these smallholder dairy farmers for anything that they would need pre-farm gate. So a lot of once we did the on-ground research, we realized that the farmers, even to produce that 1 liter of milk, require a lot of back-end services as well as products. For example, first of all, they need the right asset, which is the cow or the buffalo. Then they need the right health and advisory services. Qualified veterinarian advisory reaching the farmers so that they can take best care of their cattle. They need access to information, knowledge, adoption of best practices, because dairy is a profession which has been passed on from generation to generation. So they believe they're still doing the practices what their forefathers have been doing without understanding what is the best way to do now, or even as simple as availability of water 24 hours and not just 2 times a day, as basic as that, right? So that lack of information, advisory, cattle, as well as in the future joining financial services and nutritional inputs as well. So a holistic 360-degree platform supported by our on-ground agents as well, because we truly believe that only technology is a great way to accelerate the growth, but with the target audience we deal with, you cannot completely remove human intervention. So everywhere in our current states and locations, we supplement the technology with ground agents who we call village level entrepreneurs, who further ensure with the adoption of the practices, the technology services, as well as all each and every service that we aim to provide to the smallholder dairy farmers. So we have our Move Farm farmer application, which provides access to cattle trading features. So any buyer or seller of cattle can get online and either connect with buyer who wants to buy the cattle, or the sellers who wants to sell the cattle. They get access to our eDairy Mitra platform, which is our telehealth feature, getting qualified advisory with e-prescription right on their phone and fingertip, with a complete dairy and cattle data recorded in the application. They can manage their accounts using our Bahi Khata feature. They can get access to information and best practices, knowledge, advisory through our MuFarm Sabha, which is a community feature. And if they have any help in using this platform or getting more, they have village level entrepreneurs and ground agents which they can access to. And for all this, we have, for especially our advisory services, we won the Animal Husbandry Grand Challenge, which was organized by Animal Husbandry Government of India as well as Startup India. We won for our facial recognition patented technology, a World Bank challenge for insurance in agri technology, and also Microsoft and other awards. Both me and two of my co-founders have also been awarded Forbes 30 under 30 Asia this year itself for our groundwork with the smallholder farmers. So we are here to create that impact, increase income, and making farmers' lives prosperous, which is truly the mission of MuFarm. So thank you so much, Anuj, for inviting me here.
Thank you, Ashna. It's nice to see that people from prestigious institutions and at such young age are doing so much for the farmers. Farmers, incidentally, dairy industry is one of the sectors which employs a large number of people. For every, according to an estimate, for every 11,000, for every 1 lakh liters of milk, you almost create 11,000 jobs. And in the next 5 years, it is expected that every year we will be adding 2 crore people annually who will be connected to dairy. And most of them, 60 to 70% are marginal farmers. So bringing technological advancement, technology to the people who are doing it for us is something which is extremely important for the dairy industry.
And it's very important to involve youth. Anuj, see, women are already involved because they take care of the cattle. They do the actual work, whether that's feeding the cattle, taking care. But involvement of youth can only come in where technology comes in, because otherwise they feel detached. They will not, being very honest, they will not be involved in just the manure work. चारा खिलाना और वो गोबर वाली चीजों से दूर भागते हैं. The farmers' sons and daughters, but wherein they bring in technology and they be like, okay, you use this to assist your entire family. That is where that interest also grows.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashna. Thank you so much. I understand that you're very passionate about the subject. But moving on to Mr. Mridul Vyas, while Ashna works in the field which is pre-farm gate, Mr. Mridul Vyas is the Chief Executive Officer of Prompt Equipments Private Limited. And they actually work in the services once the milk arrives at the chilling center, at the village level center and the chilling center, especially with their IoT-based machines. As I came to know that they are doing a lot of work in terms of automating the entire process, how to transfer the money to the farmer's bank account, in terms of collecting the data that can be further leveraged to increase the farmer's income. So over to you, Mr. Mridul Vyas.
Yeah, thank you, Anuj. Good afternoon to all the members present in the forum. You rightly said, in today's world, the growth of any industry sector depends on the adoption of the technology and the digitalization, and dairy sector is no exception. We are Prompt Equipment based in Ahmedabad, providing innovative products and solutions for milk procurement supply chain from cow to dairy. So I always say the CD, and you have to climb the CD, the ladder. So go to the E and F to the farmer. And so the three main the drivers, which I just share one the slide to you. I hope you guys can see that one. So the three main drivers which govern development of all our products and the solutions are the quality of milk. So we manufacture the products which ensure the prevention of the milk quality at source. Second one is the digitalization. So we leverage the benefit of the technology and the digitalization, eliminate the manual work, and make the entire supply chain more transparent. And the third one, which is very close to my heart, is the innovation. So all of our products are developed keeping in mind the needs and the challenges of the dairy industry. So the bottom line is that we are offering the product where we can make the system faster, easier, cost-effective, empowering the farmer, and optimizing the whole dairy supply chain. I would like to specifically share how digitalization has helped in plugging the inefficiencies in the dairy sector. Firstly, Archana ji, I think so you are doing a great job, the Mukau and reaching to the, everybody has reached to the farmer. Now it is the time to reach the animal, the cow, and where everybody was lacking behind. We were always after the farmer. But I think so in 75 years down the line, we just forgot that the cow was the real one who was giving the whole business out of it. So we have developed the heat detection tags and with the AI, advanced AI and the algorithms, so which measures the accurate heat of the animal at that time. And you can use the AI at that particular time. At the farm level, which you can see the diagram where we are at the whole level from farm to the dairy level. So we came up with, we found that there was always a need reading the tag of the animal, and it was always a difficult task to read the animal tag because the tags are of a different color, red, yellow, blue, pink, and there are many types of it. And if you put an RFID tag, they are very costly, and the farmer cannot use them, and the readers were very costly. So we came up with the advanced image processing technology and a lot of algorithms we have developed, and you can read the animal tag with your mobile phone, any mobile. So it was easier, and that application can be connected to any of the running applications of the any other user. So that will give you the history of the animal, at what location, the lat long of that animal, and you can track with the number you can track the history of that animal. At the same at the same farm, we collaborated with IIT Mumbai, and we developed milk chill. That means it chills the milk at the source, and that was always the difficulty with the farmer. Has the milk has to travel from one location to the different location, and the 35-degree temperature milk goes high up to 40, and the milk got sour. So with the help of IIT, and we came out with a totally innovative product which chills the milk at source, and with a single phase supply, and it instantly chills the milk from 35 degree to 4 degree in less than 10 minutes. So it helps in restrict the bacterial growth at source, and you can view the data online. So it increases the income of the farmer, and the dairy is also happy, and they get the right milk. Here I take a lot of pride to mention to the farm that we are doing the world largest IoT integration for the India's biggest milk marketing federation, where we are connected 18,000 villages for more than 22 milk unions and 3.6 million farmers. And every day more than 15 million liters of milk is passing through from our system. So it's a huge network, and on the common software which has been connected to that one, and on a single day, means it's really feel proud, the whole 15 million liters of milk passing through your whole system. And so that's the beauty what now AMUL has come up with. They want to integrate the whole system, and the farmer can see the whatever he has poured the milk, he can see that on his mobile phone, or he can see the history of everything. And when you go to the VTCS level, we found that we are right now we are the only one in the India who are manufacturing the smart milk analyzers and the photometric. Otherwise, all the people across India is bringing it from different countries. So the need was that at the village level, you will find that thousands and thousands of milk analyzers have been installed. And people used to manipulate the thing by putting the 2 points down or 2 points up. So there was a need where you can use the IoT and the digitalization techniques and the automation. So we have developed the smart milk analyzer where you can do the calibration just by your mobile phone. So there's no manual intervention. You can do it by your mobile phone, and the data is totally stored on the cloud. Another the issue which still the industry is facing is the control sample. And where the control sample, you have to take the control sample in the field, and there's only one range of the control sample, and you have to calibrate the analyzer with one control sample. So we have developed a liquid which imitates the properties of the milk, and you can do the calibration. You can check the calibration of your milk analyzer by putting that liquid into the milk ultrasonic milk analyzer. And the beauty of it that it can be used on any of the ultrasonic milk analyzer. It is not that it's a proprietary that it work only on the prompt milk analyzer. No, it will work on any of the ultrasonic milk analyzer which has been used. So you know the calibration, how much power it is, and that is again you can do the automation. You can check the data is on the cloud. You know that how much fat and SNO has gone up and down, and you can do the calibration of your milk analyzer. So the farmer is happy, the dairy is happy, and the farmer is getting the right money out of it. And when it comes to the BMC, we have the BMC smart box, and where you can check the actual temperature, the quantity of the milk, what is how much time the agitators was on. If the temperature has gone up, so it gives a notification to the society member. You can start the compressor. You can intimate him that you can start the compressor, how much diesel has been used, and the whole data is stored on the cloud. And you can see the reports and everything. The next innovation, what we have done right now, that is the tank casher. You can see on the right-hand side of it. The main issue was that from the BMC, when the truck comes and it takes the milk to the different BMCs to pick up the milk from there. And there was also always, you know, the manipulation, and the issue was there. The unions were always shouting that there was an error in the quantity as well as the quality was not up to the mark, and there was some hanky-panky business going in between. So we have developed a secured, you can see a box which having technology of RFID and the GPS, and which automatically takes the samples of the milk which has been transferred from BMC to the truck, and once it reaches to the dairy, and you can check the quality of the milk, and you know how much quantity has come. So you get the composite sample as well as the milk which has been poured to the tanker. And so there are malpractices. You can stop the malpractices in between during the transportation. So we have enumerated that part of it. So I personally feel that there's a big future, a very bright future for the dairy industry with the help of digitalization and the new technologies which are coming up, like the BI, the blockchain, robotics, the sensors, the data analytics. So we are working on those lines, and let's see that we can bring something good to the industry. That's from my side. Anuj, thank you everyone for listening, and I'm thankful to the CII and all the panelists for initiating such a knowledgeable sharing platform. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Mrudulji. It is really enlightening to know. I mean, in the last, so we belong to Uttar Pradesh, UP, and we procure milk from farmers, and we have seen that if the farmers are paid their due share, or if they are paid fairly, the average income in that area rises significantly. And it has been one of the things that IoT and the automatic milk collection machines have brought in a huge change to the culture. And it's nice to see how we are leveraging that to the next level. As we say that data is the new gold. And if we are able to capture that data on a real-time basis, it can give us a lot of insights. And if that is used judiciously, it can really impact the farmer's income in a very positive manner. Thank you, Mrudulji, for sharing that information. So now moving from the procurement side, one of the things that is happening in the dairy industry is that it is fast evolving, and it is moving towards value-added dairy products. And value-added dairy products will start contributing a much larger share than what they do right now. But one of the important things, if you want to excel in dairy products in terms of value-added, or even in the export markets, sourcing is supposed to be something that is really important. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Nadik, co-founder of TraceX. They're a company that provides blockchain solution for sourcing, for pre-harvest, post-harvest, traceability, and data insights. So requesting Mr. Anil to please take it forward.
Great. Thank you, Anuj, and really great to be part of this esteemed panel, and also thanks to CII for association, and always happy to be part of the sponsoring team here. Great. Just a quick introduction about TraceX Technologies. TraceX leverages technologies like blockchain and artificial intelligence to create a connected supply chain to ensure transparency, trust, and traceability across the entire chain. The way we do that is one, through digitization tool sets, second, through ensuring that all of the participants in any typical supply chain are connected on a shared digital ledger, which is a distributed ledger leveraging blockchain, and everybody has access to the same version of the truth, right? And the power of blockchain is that it's a append only, so and all of the data is immutable, so any information that has gone in is visible transparently to all the other parties. And we leverage what's called as private permission blockchain, so the participants in the chain are all connected, and all the data is completely secure or auditable. Now, creating a connected supply chain, we can extend the traceability from the seed, or from the producer, or from the cow in this case, all the way till it reaches the consumer. For example, a consumer can scan a simple QR code that's printed on the packet of milk or any product that a consumer is getting, and be able to track and trace the entire provenance and journey of the product, from where it was produced, who produced it, to the location, the conditions under which it was produced, how it was stored, transported, processed, and distributed. So all of that information is written onto the blockchain ledger and made transparently available. And the power of the network is what makes blockchain unique. Although traceability has been around for some time through other mechanisms, but what blockchain really offers is the decentralized distributed ledger that enables the power of network. So it's ultimately the credibility of the claim. So if somebody is making a claim that this milk is organic, or this is produced sustainably, any other product for parameters like nutrition and quality and so on, it's only that I have to believe on the claim that a business is making potentially on its own. Whereas if it's a network, it is about integrating all the participants in the chain, right from the farmer to the aggregator to the bulk milk chilling center, processing and distribution, and all of those aspects are integrated. And along with that, if you're making any other claims related to quality, a sample that's taken out, sent to a lab, which is independently testing and putting that report onto the chain, makes the entire claim more and more credible as you build the network. And that's exactly what our technology platform offers. So we work across multiple value chains, not just dairy, for example, on seed traceability to traceability of fruits and vegetables, crops like paddy, and field crops like paddy and maize, coffee, tea, cotton, and so on. And many customers use our platform to build authenticity and credibility of the claim for export markets. And traceability is such an important factor to enable access to export markets. Also bringing in traceability also to ensure your product recall and food safety aspects are handled very effectively. So ultimately, traceability will drive consumer transparency and consumer engagement, as well as internal provenance and driving more efficiency into the chains. So with TraceX platform, especially for dairy, working with one of the dairy businesses in India, we were able to connect the entire chain right from the farmer all the way till the consumer and they have their own consumer app using which a consumer can scan, and the data is directly pulled from the blockchain, and the entire provenance information about the product itself is rendered there. And it's very important because they're making a statement of intent saying, hey, look, my milk is fresh to consume, it's nutritious, has no adulteration, and I'm not just making that claim by myself, but I'm using the power of the network and my participants to show that indeed that is what the case is. Right? And that's a very powerful statement. And we're looking to create one of the largest blockchain networks in India through the support from government, other entities, to create a food assurance platform where any product that comes in goes through the network and has an output that you can rely on and depend upon. Right? So that's what we can do. Just a quick note on blockchain for those who want to know a little bit more. I think people are very familiar with Bitcoin, which is the digital currency. That leverages what's called as crypto. And crypto uses mining technology, which is very expensive. But what we use is a shared digital ledger. The digital ledger technology is fairly simple and solves the supply chain problem very effectively because all of the data that goes into the blockchain is immutable. What's important is to create the network and the governance framework around it to ensure that there is credibility across the entire chain built out. So happy to take more questions and talk more about it as we go along. Thank you.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Anil. Thank you so much. These days, every company wants to make the claim of supplying fresh and pure milk, but it is something that they claim on themselves. And as the consumers become aware, it is important to have a mechanism which can be transparent, where the companies can be accountable. And I'm sure that any company which manages to do that, which manages to convince the customers or their stakeholders about the third-party mechanism which can validate that, it will lead to a great consumer and customer engagement and brand building for that particular company. So I'm sure, Anilji, this is the future, not only for the domestic market, but also for the export market, which has always been averse to Indian products because of traceability issues.
Definitely.
So, yeah, we wish you all the best. Moving on from traceability to more of processing. So we have Mr. Ryan Mertis here from dairy.com. He's the Chief Solutions Officer. And while it is important to use technology at the sourcing, traceability part and at the collection centers, it is equally important to improve efficiencies, improve transparency, and boost profitability in the processing part of it. So we have Mr. Ryan Mertis. They work across the value chain. And over to you. Mr. Ryan, we can't hear you. Ryan, can you hear us? Yeah.
You can now?
Yes, we can.
All right, sorry about that. So first, thank you for the time this afternoon. This is our first speaking engagement in India as we are entering the Indian market for commercial from dairy.com. We've been in business for 20 years. And we are very excited to be entering the largest dairy market in the world. For those that aren't familiar with dairy.com, I'll give you the 20-second version. We've been in the business for 20 years. Approximately 60% of all the United States milk in some way, shape, or form is accounted for in our system. We began an international expansion a year ago into the Europe region, and it obviously made complete sense for us being a large player that focuses on dairy to focus on India. So in terms of digitization, the way that we've thought about this is that there are key challenges that obviously exist for our industry. India, more than anywhere else, the increasing demand that comes for the protein, but very similar to the past speaker, we view the consumer as always wanting now to challenge 4 key areas. Right? They want to know where did my product come from? Is it safe? Can you prove that it's safe? Can you prove that you made it in a sustainable manner? Can you do it in a cost-effective manner and tie all those things together? And then in our mind, it's becoming table stakes. You don't get to grow, survive in the industry unless you can prove all of these things. And the way that we do that is by being able to capture data throughout the supply chain. And we're coming at it from the business processor side of the view or the co-op side of the view. Okay, and we are able to collect data throughout the supply chain and bring it through. Now, one of the tricks that this industry deals with much more so than almost any other is, right, the value of the milk isn't just the milk proper, it's the fractions of the milk, right? It's the butter fat, it's the protein, it's what you can do with lactose, etc. And so our software is completely built around the concept of being able to track not just volume, but to be able to track the component volume. You know, where is the fat? Where is my protein being used? As well as being able to enable what we call mass balancing. That if I get 200,000 liters of milk into pickup, do I get 200,000 liters of product on the back end, and being able to measure those losses throughout, as well as to be able to cost it, prove all those transactions out, is really the very core of what we do at dairy.com. In terms of where we start, right, on the milk production side, off the farm gate, so to speak, our software is able to not just keep track and provide farmers with information about tests. It's integrated into the actual the farm software proper, and that benefits both parties, the producer and the processor, because we can now share data about what the breeding is. And so by that, I'll give an example of, there's a large co-op that is a customer of ours, that because they could see how the herds were breeding and what the milk volumes were, they can estimate their milk volumes 3 months further out into the future than the rest of the industry in their mind. And so they're able to buy and sell milk at advantageous prices because they can anticipate how much milk is going to be coming in and marry that up to their demand so that they can be as efficient as possible as they do so. The transport is, we have applications that account for being, the digitization of when did it get collected at the milk center? Was it kept cold throughout the cycle? One of the things that our customers have found is, right, being able to keep the milk at the right temperature benefits shelf life of the milk, but it also, for the cheese producers or value-added industry, there has been increased product yields found by milk that can be kept at the proper temperature, it cooled as quick as possible so that the pathogens are controlled. Inside the processing plant is also a feature of ours where we can do all sorts of things. For example, with COVID, remote access, being able to see exactly what's going on in the plant in real time, be able to measure everything that's going on in the plant, and doing that mass balance concept of this is what came in and this is what went out. Where am I losing my the protein, the butter fat? Because if we can analyze your plant properly, and what we like to do is we like to break it into zones and go, if my problem is in zone 2, then I want to spend my capital budget on zone 2, right? We like to make the argument that if you digitize your plant, you will spend on your plant in the right area, instead of just saying automate everything. You automate the key areas to know that your plant is well run. Other ways that we've done digitization here is getting rid of all the manual paperwork. Is that we have software that can capture the data directly off the floor, and again, improve the fact that not only are we more efficient because we're not capturing we're not having to key the data, but it's also the actual data. It's got full logs on it. It's not a manual piece of paper that is somebody's trying to key into some other system to validate it. We're getting it directly from the instrument, that we can make things more efficient and move forward. And then in terms of the distribution and the customer, being able to optimize routes to eliminate the kilometers being driven, sustainability, knowing that you can prove out how the milk specifically got to where it needed to get to. So we have a solution that goes throughout the supply chain. Further on, hopefully I'll get a chance to highlight a few examples of the commercial ways that the digitization not only benefits you, but at the end of the day, what we like to describe is it always comes back to those 4 key things. Are you making your product cost effective? Are you making it safe? Can you prove it to the customers? Can you prove it to the regulators? And very much like was highlighted, being able to prove it for the export market. All of those things come with sound digitized systems so that you can prove it to everybody, and most importantly, do it in a sustainable way that benefits the world for the future. That was my initial introduction. And then the last thing I had was I just wanted to highlight, just because I know dairy.com is a new name to a lot of the people here. These are some of our customers worldwide that are providing some of our real examples that we'll talk about when we get to the commercial side. But thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and welcome to India. There are not too many international companies are here in that domain, and India is a tricky market. But yes, definitely one of the largest market for dairy products and for dairy solutions. So we wish you all the best, and we'll come back to you with a question.
Okay.
Moving on to the last panelist today, Dr. Sambashiv Rao. So Dr. Sambashiv Rao is the director of Heritage Foods Limited. And while we have discussed it from the perspective of all the people who provide solutions for the dairy people, Mr. Rao is one person who would probably be using these solutions. So it would be interesting to know from his perspective. They have one of the largest dairies in the southern part, Heritage Foods. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anuj, and good afternoon to all the participants. Yes, Heritage was born in a different context. When there was a surplus milk in early 90s, the economic reforms allowed private investors to enter the dairy. This company entered for providing forward linkages to the farmers. This part of the country had huge surplus milk they were unable to sell. So Heritage entered into market as a marketeer for the farmers' milk over a period of 3 decades. And we adopted several technologies that enabled us to fulfill our mission and vision, which was like most of the companies, farmer is our focus, and his empowerment or enrichment is the central point for our business. So in the process of business, we have adopted several technologies, including end-to-end ERP, right from the procurement of milk from village to delivery to the consumer, everything was an ERP. Along with that, dashboards and several apps have come for the placement of indents, payments, and the supplies to consumers. Latest was during COVID time, we found consumers were looking for touch-free business. So we have also introduced a consumer app where consumer can directly place requirements on the company itself, and we arranged home deliveries to them. Similarly, another challenge which we faced during the COVID and where the technology helped us was services to farmers. We had a huge fleet of veterinarians on ground who were meeting farmers, understanding the requirements of animals, etc., including deworming or providing treatments or insemination, etc. So the movements were restricted. They were not able to meet farmers. Farmers were not able to access the services. We quickly wrapped up ourselves and introduced a service app for all the farmers who could reach out to our back-end service centers. We have provided them a call center number where they can easily call from any telephone. We have given them a WhatsApp number which they can reach out to the back-end. Also an app which provides various practices, remote advisories to the farmers in terms of disease management or reproduction cycle issues or insemination issues, etc. So this came very handy. Apart from prompt payments we could do because of the support of technology, all payments are directly through the RTGS or NEFT to on the payday without any difficulty during the lockdown period. Those 6-7 weeks of a difficult period, but we could manage payments on time to the farmers. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is various solutions provided by banks or the service agencies have been put to use to meet all three angles of our business. That is to reach out to farmer either in terms of services or in terms of timely payments, or to consumers to ensure they get their deliveries at home. Most of our business was home delivery now, which has really changed the complexity of the logistics also. Then in the business management, yes, ERP supported by the dashboards and apps. All areas we have been trying to do. Still, we are trying to explore the point Mr. Vyas has raised, how to make animal as the central focus, how to reach out, how to deliver the requirements to animal. We are actually looking for unique identification, how to customize the solutions to a particular animal, either it is nutritional or health, or even insemination for better genetics in the next generation. So identification of animal, we haven't yet found a sustainable, scalable solution, and we are looking forward to hear out anyone having that solution. We can adopt to 5 to 6 lakh animals in a short span of time if unique identification, customizing the solution for a particular animal. As you all know, we don't have big herds in these parts. They're all small farmers with 2 to 5 animals dispersed in large number of villages. So reaching out them is very, very difficult. So if we can provide an online solution for all of them, which can be simple for an ordinary farmer to understand, who is not a commercial farmer, it is still agriculture is the mainstay, and the animal husbandry or dairy is subsistence to the agriculture. So a solution that can reach out to farmers with various practices with an end objective of improving productivity of the animal and quality of the milk, thereby enhancing the income of the farmer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Companies like Heritage are a great example how they can leverage technology even COVID times, even the times of biggest crisis, in order to keep their business running, and not only running, but in fact growing. We are also into home delivery business. We also started during COVID times, and we do roughly 20,000 deliveries a day. But sir, it has been an absolute nightmare building that platform in the last 1.5 years.
Yes.
It has definitely not been easy. Burnt a lot of money, but yes, I can agree to that thing that it'll be the thing of future. And rightly so, till now, we only used to consider 3 stakeholders: farmers, the processing, and the consumers as our stakeholders. It's time that we also start considering animal as one of the stakeholders that we want to provide the services to. And I'm sure with technology, with people coming up with solutions, this is something that is going to happen in the near future as well. So I think we have 10 more minutes left in the session, 10 or probably 15 minutes if I can stretch it. So I'll come back to every one of you with one question, requesting it to please keep it very short and crisp to probably 2 minutes, so that all of us get a fair chance to answer that. So going back to Ashna, you work with the free farm services, and one of the misconceptions, or probably one of the notions that people have, is that whether at that level farmers, do they have smartphones? Enough farmers have smartphones, and if they do, then has COVID really in any case helped in the adoption of technology? So if you can throw some light on that.
Sure. Anuj, it's one of the most common questions we get asked, that you are providing a technology service or an application for farmers, but do they have that internet connection or smartphone penetration? So let me start by quick numbers. Out of 622 million internet users last year, 300 million users were in rural India. In fact, it's been predicted that by 2025, the internet users in rural India will surpass the internet users in urban India. The growth is 3x in rural India than urban India. And just in the last year, which was almost the entire COVID year, we saw 13% growth in internet users penetration in rural India compared to around 3 to 4% in urban India. So this is actually a myth, wherein we feel that, with smartphone, the price is going down, with Jio reducing data and other providers also, slashing data cost, we see at least one smartphone in a household. It is not difficult to find still. And with other technologies coming in eradicating the 2G network and the typing phone, Google partnership bringing in digital smartphones, we are again expecting that the coming years we will have the maximum penetration. And one of the key reasons has also been that these internet services now are being provided in Indian languages. If you see throughout, even like we talk about MoveFarm, of course, a lot of considerations went. Our application is in Hindi, Punjabi, Marathi as well, so that, the Maharashtrian users also can use it in the local language. Use of voice notes, video is turning out to be most important for this penetration and adoption to happen. Like even in our application, on every screen there is a voice note that they can click on to understand what this means, even if they probably are not comfortable in reading or understanding. The use of voice and video is definitely one of the biggest ways wherein us and of course a lot of other companies and everybody is spreading this adoption. And definitely COVID, I mean, Mr. Rao talked about it, you talked about it, everybody pivoted last year because that was the need of the hour. And similarly, even the farmers pivoted. There are no pashu mandis, there are no melas. So everybody is adopting to digital methods for even access to technology or something which was not expected, which is buying of cattle. They are doing it online. So 100% it's a myth, and we have definitely seen the adoption increasing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You precisely took 2 minutes. I was worried that you might overexceed. Thank you for trying to fill in a lot of words. I see that in rural areas, mobile phone has become more of a status symbol. Previously, it used to be tractors, it used to be any other thing. Now, having a good mobile phone is one of the prerequisites to prove yourself in the villages. So, thank you so much. Moving on to Mr. Mridul Vyas. So we have talked a lot about technology, how it can impact the farmers, how it has. Can you please share how, I mean, while the companies are investing heavily in going for IoT implementations and everything, does it really impact the farmers' income? If you can share some light on that.
Oh, why not? If they've invested in them, again, they are investing now. So the classic example is the AMUL, the AI integration, the common software. So you can understand 22 milk unions were running on a different platforms. And if you go to the village, you will find hundreds of different softwares where all the VDCS are running, and all the malpractices, means I should not say that thing, but yes, there are a lot of malpractices and everything was happening. So once they came out with the common software, so now the farmers' income has increased, and no doubt about that part. The dairy got the profitability has got increased up to 25 to 30% because the SNF has gone up. Now they are not transferring the water from one location to another. They were chilling the water, and then again, again doing it the pasteurization and those things. So the main important part was the trust and the transparency between the farmer and the union has really gone up. And the data is coming online at the real time, just like a cricket scoreboard. The Kohli put a 6 and then immediately you can see on your mobile there. So the farmer can see that this is what I have poured the milk, and this is what right now the fat and SNF, and this is the amount what I'm going to get. So because of that reason, the transparency has really gone up, and the farmer is more connected to that milk union, and he's not moving to some other agents where he knows that he's not going to get the So the communication has become faster, and the unions can now, the supervisors are having their own app, so they can see their particular 10 societies. I'm a supervisor, I can see all my 10 societies, and why the farmer is not coming and pouring the milk, so he can go and talk to the farmer, and again the farmers getting the trust. And Dr. Rao has said that he's also looking for something, and for information, sir, we are already running a demo at you are in your three locations, right? So trying to connect all the farmers on the system, and we have the Farm 365 app already using. Your people are already using it, so definitely it has helped a lot to the dairy industry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was a good opportunity to connect with Mr. Rao as well at the correct moment. But
yes, waiting for it.
But I completely understand. I think what IoT has done, it has brought transparency, which has led to trust. And the trust, in fact, has led to people believing in the system and investing in it, whether it is the farmers or the companies. And I'm sure all these things will have a huge impact on the farmers' income, and especially it is very important since most of them are marginal ones. So, Mr. Anil, this question is more of a notional question. I have attended few sessions on blockchain, and the question that generally I'm asked, or that people tend to ask, is that blockchain as a solution is there. It doesn't know what is the problem that they're trying to solve. So just wanted to understand that blockchain, how relevant it is, because that is a question that people have, and how expensive it is to implement, because that is a reservation that we have.
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Anuj. So there are a lot of myths around blockchain, definitely for the right reasons. Like I explained briefly earlier, if you're using the crypto aspect of it, if you're doing a cryptocurrency, then you use a lot of resources for mining, because there is a lot of crypto algorithms that run, and that is what makes it very expensive to run. But underlying the crypto, again, is a shared digital ledger technology. For supply chain solutions, you don't need the crypto, right? You just need the shared digital or the distributed ledger technology. And that is the core of what blockchain anyway offers. And that is perfectly designed to solve supply chain problems, right? You have multiple participants on the chain, either known or unknown, coming together to ultimately make a transaction happen or exchange information. Now, the idea essentially is that if everybody has access to the same version of the truth, right, then there is a lot more trust in the system. It becomes very secure, because if you want to, what's called as nodes and smart contracts and so on, the idea is essentially to distribute the data across multiple nodes. So the data becomes redundant and, is tamper-proof. And secondly, ensuring that, because, inherently you cannot delete anything, it's only append only. So any modifications that's being made by anybody in the chain is automatically reflected in the ledger of everybody else. So that kind of makes it completely transparent. Now, in terms of why the adoption, what problem to solve, I believe companies like ours are applying the solution to solve specific problems here in the industry, right? We're talking about solving for seed traceability, solving for provenance, for consumer traceability, solving for driving supply chain efficiency, solving for product recalls and food safety and so on. So it's very important to do the business construct of this right, get the right participants on the chain to come together, and then ultimately build and deliver the credibility that one needs to do. And that is precisely what we're doing. We believe that's a great foundation for making this work very effectively. So hope to do more. Right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anilji. The question was on a lighter note. I hope you don't mind it. I mean,
no. This is again, we get asked this question all the time. Like Ashna was saying about digitization and smartphones, this is quite fundamental as well. But yeah, if when applied right, it can solve a lot of problems that is endemic to our supply chains in India, especially because of smallholder farmer ecosystems. Yeah.
Thank you. So Ryan, welcome back again. I just want to, you have given us suggestions that you have things where across the value chain you work. So probably if you can give us one case study, or anyone if you can probably quote, that would really help us set the perspective and understand the services that you provide.
Sure. So I've got two real quick ones that I can spell out. The first one is for a fluid customer. In this case, the customer started to receive complaints, and this was over in Ireland, where all of a sudden, in the space of a week, all of a sudden customers started reporting that the milk did not taste the same. There was something off. It wasn't there. So using our software, what they did is they said, okay, what was the date code? Is they turned around and they ran it back through the system, and it was able to track and trace, figure out exactly which batches it came from, because it wasn't all of the batches, it was just some of them. They eventually figured out the silos it came from, as well as the specific farm that it came from. And what happened was from the time of the complaint to the time, when they ran it, they found that a week and a half ago, one of the farms had started putting a chemical on the field where the cows were grazing. And so it was causing the milk to have a different taste, for example. So this is an example of being able to track the data all the way through internal systems, get to the root of the problem, and protect your brand very fast from an aspect of that. And then in terms of a commercial example, this would be more on the value add side. We have a customer last year that this is a value add plant that does powder. And they were sitting there going, for some reason, we're not recovering as much of the solids as we should. We know it's there, but we can't figure out why. And what we were able to do is that because we had the data in the system, because it was digitized, what we found was that we could see on like the equivalent of like a heart, the heart monitor, we could see that the moisture on the powder was going up and down like crazy through the production cycle. And as such, they had a very wide standard deviation in terms of how they were running the dryer. And ultimately, what we figured out was that by comparing the data from the immediate test versus the final COA, we figured out that the analyzer that was telling the operator, when to adjust the dryer was installed incorrect. And by having that data, they were able to fix that. And you go, okay, they fixed it. How much was that worth? For that plant, it worked out to, and again, this was 250,000 liters a day of milk going into their plant. But on an annual basis, it works out to 110 million rupees of additional savings just because they had the data to make the changes to get their plant to operate efficiently. They didn't have to buy anything different. They were just taking advantage of the ingredients they had. So those would be two examples I would have.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. I think both of them are very relevant to the Indian perspective, because in India, by virtue of having small farms and small farmers, it is very important to trace the problems that might arise either due to adulteration or due to, for example, grazing or using chemicals in that. And also, since dairy is one industry which is ultra fast moving consumer goods, there are FMCGs and then there are UFMCGs. So dairy is ultra fast, and any efficiency that can be brought in can have a huge financial impact. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now to moving over to Sir, Mr. Rao. So you have seen all these solutions. We have talked about different aspects of it, and you are at the end, who's the person who will be implementing these things to actually garner the benefits and passing on to these. So just asking you a question, which part of the entire value chain, procurement, production, or the sales, do you see the fastest adoption and the fastest impact of technology to be coming in the near future?
It's basically depending on the affordability and scalability. Anything. It is affordable, scalable on the market side, not yet on the farmer side. Essentially because of the same points I said, they are dispersed, they are small, they are not commercial. Most of the dairy farmers are not commercial farmers. They are doing because they have a few animals, they are part of their agriculture household. So unlike maybe in certain states like Gujarat or Punjab, Haryana, this side of this is southern side of the market is mostly subsistence farming or ancillary farming. It's not a commercial dairy farm, yet to evolve into commercial dairy farm. Therefore, to reach out to an ordinary semi-literate or less literate person to use the technology services, it is taking time to reach out to them. I mean, though I heard the smartphone penetration is very high as per Ashna, but in our areas, I saw only 20-25% of the farmers have shown the smartphone availability in their households. Many of them have feature phones or even the primitive versions. So they can't use many of the services. So the phone has to become affordable and they have to acquire. And then net connectivity is another issue. It is available, but not consistent. It's very erratic in terms of net availability also. So there are many infrastructure issues, cost issues, reach out issues. These are the things to address in the farm side. Whereas business adoption, either IoTs or other apps, is very easy, scalable, commercially viable. And we are all handling because trained employees are there, or the business associates are also well trained, whether it's a logistics person. Like today, we have all the cold stores with integrated sensors, temperature sensors. All the truckers have GPS networked, so you can track and trace and understand the delays and then bottlenecks, etc. So in the business management, technology is very, very useful, handy, affordable. But the problem is in the ground at the farm level. And the consumer side also, it is much, much easier today. Adoption of app is very high. Online marketing, e-commerce sales are growing, actually doubled, tripled during this period in terms of online sales, or our own app sales, or through modern retail in the chains, either it is supermarkets or hypermarkets, etc. So the real issue or opportunity is in the farm side. And that is what helps farmer to access the better inputs, better knowledge, better technologies, as many of them are still traditional in animal husbandry. The traditional to modern has to happen. So productivity from 6-7 liters to 10-11 liters we can achieve. That animal productivity through health, nutrition, and genetics, that's the area of opportunity now, and the need also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very rightly said, sir. Adoption of technology at the front end is a business requirement and it makes economic sense. So people will do it in any case. But technology adoption at the back end, where people need it the most, is an area where we will see maximum disruptions happening in the future. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing all that. And thank you all the panelists for sharing this information. We have overshot our time limit by 8 minutes, but thank you everyone for sticking to all the answers and giving us great insights to the session today. Thank you. Over to you, Kuldeep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj.
Thank you.
We have next session starting role of genomics for increasing dairy profitability. The session will be moderated by Dr. Prakash Kalarickal. He is the Vice President, Business Development, Sexing Technologies, USA. I hand it over to Dr. Prakash.
Thank you. Kuldeep, can you also give me the sharing rights, please?
Sure.
Okay. So, thank you. So welcome to everyone. Welcome to the panelists. Dr. Joseph Deep is a Technical Director of ST Genetics, responsible for genomics studies. Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh is the Chief Executive Officer of Animal Feed and Godrej Maxi Milk. Ms. Francine Kambaknari, she is the Head of Genomics and R&D Manager at ST. Dr. Ara Gupta is the Head of Animal Breeding, National Dairy Development Board. Dr. Chirandan Kadian is the President of Indian Veterinary Association. Dr. Bhushan Tyagi is the Joint Commissioner of Rashtriya Gogul Mission, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. Welcome to all my friends, colleagues, participants, industry friends and colleagues. And this is actually afternoon in India, but I'm sitting in the middle of the world at the GMT in the UK. And we have two panelists, one from USA. It's 2:30 a.m. there, and I didn't have to wake him up because he didn't sleep last night. He was just awake all the time. And Francine, she is at 4:30 in Brazil, and it's good to have her in this session because she is going to bring a lot of experience from Brazil, especially on the tropical cattle. So let me share a slide here to start set up the meeting here. Hope it's going to work. Yes, it does. Okay, sexing technology, as you know, we are already in India almost 3 years now. We are producing a lot of sex-sorted semen with high quality, more than 90% purity. Conception rate is doing fantastic in the country. Everybody knows about sexing technology now. But we are not just sexing technology. It's a group of companies that is adding value to different sectors in the industry. So today we will be focusing on one division, which is Genetic Visions, which is a company responsible for genomic testing of animals. So this was the slide I was unable to show in the inaugural session. So we are doing much more than sex-sorted semen. So we start with a company. The starting point is genomic evaluation. We evaluate, find out the best animals in the world, in America, around the world as well, best cows and best bulls, and then we find the best bulls and produce semen from those bulls, produce sex-sorted semen from those great animals, and then we use different technology to find the best mate, to find the best cow to mate by using the right bull. And then FarmFit is another software we developed, which is using a bolus that goes into a calf, and then we monitor the health of the animal. And EcoFeed, which I have mentioned in the previous session, that it is going to be a revolution, which I will talk a little bit more about it, but Joseph is going to explain that in detail. So Genetic Visions is a company that is providing genomic DNA testing service to cattle, pigs, and identify the genes influencing traits, including hair color, health, and vitality. Genetic evaluation involves the combination of parent averages and genotypic data, providing more reliable testing results. Genetic Vision is the only research company, lab in the US, which has extensive records of blood samples of bull dams existing prior to 1996. And this technology allows the farmers to select the right bulls and cows for their breeding program. So there are two things happened in the dairy industry in the last 15, 20 years. There were two major innovations that revolutionized the dairy industry. The first one was the innovation of sexing technologies, sperm sex sorting. That happened in the early 2000s, around 2004. And we were the pioneer to do that. We hold most of the patents of the technology. And that allow you to separate the male and female sperms. And then you can select the gender of the calf. So we do more than 90% accuracy, either gender we can select. And simultaneously, something else happened, which is genomic testing. So genomic testing generally allows you to find the best animals. And then think about this. Suppose you found the best bull in the world or best bull in the country, and then you produce conventional semen, use it on a cow, it produces 50% male and 50% females. So the superior genetics you have identified through genomic testing is wasted through 50% males. So then combination of sex sorting, that sex sorted semen converts that additional 40% males into females. So you get more than 90% females. So the genetics is not wasted through male calves. In addition to that, because of genomic testing can be done early when the calf is born, you can produce semen when the bull is around 1 year old, 1.5 years old. And then you can start using those bulls because you have the knowledge about the bull. You can start early enough to propagate genetics into more females. So it's a combination, it's a synergistic combination of genomic testing and sex sorting has changed the dairy industry. But now, last 7-8 years, we have been researching, ST has been researching, before that, just to show you the progress of genomic testing has done into the industry. In the early 2000s, 2000, 2004 and 5, there was no genomic testing. There was only progeny testing going on. So the gain, this is one of the traits we look at is the net merit. The gain, average gain per year was around $14.75 per year. But then genomic testing started because we could find the best bulls in the world around because we didn't know them where they were before. We were able to find those bulls and the genetic gain increased from $15 to $42 per year. Then the process continued in the last 10, 15 years. Look at that. The gain has become triple, $76, $77 per year. So this is the progress genomic testing has made in the industry. And if you look at the early days, pre-genomic testing era, there were only about, so in the starting period, there were only about 38, 40% bulls were genomic tested. But now look at that, almost 70+% of the bulls are now genomic tested. So it has gained so much popularity in the industry. So now the third revolution, which I mentioned earlier, ST has a very specialized research program for almost 7-8 years. We found out a gene that is responsible for increasing the feed efficiency. So that trait has 21% heritability, which is slightly more than the milk. So a feed efficient animal eat less feed to produce more milk or same amount of milk. Think about a cow eating 1 kilo less feed a day and producing the same amount of milk. Think about the number of cows in India. Think about the number of cows in the world. Think about the scale up. It is amazing. So this is going to be the third revolution in the dairy industry. So again, we are all talking about the technology integration today. So we definitely have to use the technology appropriately. We need to apply it in the right place. We need to utilize it in an economically viable manner. And then we need to find the synergy from different technologies, like I said in the beginning. And then we also need to look at opportunities where we can integrate technologies between countries. Like, for example, we don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. We can learn from what Brazil did. Brazil can learn from what India did. We can learn from America did. America can also get benefit from what India is doing. So it is a combination and collaboration of different technologies. We can do great things for the dairy farmers. With that introduction, I would like Joseph to come on to his presentation, please. Joseph?
Yep. You hear me okay?
Yeah.
Let's see. I cannot share my screen.
Yeah, I have to stop sharing. I did.
Still, it's not active.
I think somebody has to authorize Joseph to share. Kuldeep?
Yeah, and you need the presenter rights for Mr. Joseph?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're just enabling that.
Okay.
It's available, Mr. Joseph. You can please proceed.
Thank you. Okay, you see it okay?
Yep, sure.
Thank you, Prakash, for the introduction. I think you hit on all important points in my presentation, so I'll make my work much easier. Just make sure I have the pointer here. Okay. So my name is Joseph Deeb. I'm the Technical Director of Genetics and Genomics with ST. My presentation today, I'll talk about or give a short review of the technical advancements in dairy genomic evaluation, mostly focusing on the US, but lessons from the US, as Prakash said, can be applied to many countries as well. More than 10 years ago, the first draft of the genome sequence of a cow was published. This has paved the way for what has become the most significant advancement in animal breeding, in my opinion. Not only in dairy, but the success story of genomic selection in dairy actually influenced all other agricultural species. So since 2009, things start moving really fast. You've probably seen some versions of this graph. This showing the average age of the parents since the 1990 up to 2009. And what you can see here is that the average is about constant, hasn't changed much. The average age of the parents haven't changed much, hovering around 7 to 8 years. And that the reason is because to sell a parent as a breeder, you need to estimate the breeding value of that individual. And estimate breeding value of the individual before genomics was depending on having phenotypic measurements of relatives of that animal. And relatives in this case will have daughters with milking information. So it took that long to actually to wait for the bull to mature and have enough daughters with milking information feeding back to estimate his breeding value. Since 2009, and since the implementation of genomic, it became possible to accurately estimate breeding values of bulls at much earlier age, right? So with genomics, the minute you can actually sample a DNA from an individual, you can calculate breeding value, genomic breeding value of that individual without having any phenotypes of his own feeding into that estimate. That's all based on his own DNA. And as a result, immediately since 2009, since genomic breeding values start becoming routine, breeders start using younger and younger bulls and cows in their population. And as you can see, the average age of a parent dropped dramatically since then. Their genomic evaluation made history, not only due to the early adaptation of genomics, but also because they excelled in every aspect of genomic evaluation. So for successful genomic evaluation, you need three components. You need pedigree, you need phenotypes, and you need genotypes. And in dairy, they actually, as I mentioned, excelled in every aspect of those things. Deep pedigree is routinely recorded on animals in the farm and in dairy farms. Phenotypic data is measured on every cow and feedbacks to that genomic evaluation. So before genomics, you used to just incorporate pedigree and phenotype in polygenic breeding value or traditional breeding values. And after genomics, that just added another level of accuracy to the estimate. So now we have a phenotype, genotype, and pedigree to incorporate it together to calculate what we call today genomic breeding value of an animal. The success of genetic program is measured by the genetic gain. And here probably I'm not telling you something you don't know. This is a well-known formula called the Breeder's equation that calculate the expected genetic gain based on four components: the selection intensity, which means how deep you go into selection. So if you, for example, if you use all animals available to you as breeders for the next generation, you're basically not making any progress. So selection intensity is 0 in that case, and you're making no progress because the average performance of the next generation will be the average performance of the parents because you didn't do any selection. If you select the top 10%, you expect it to improve the genetic gain farther and farther, faster. The reliability or the accuracy of the breeding value is another major component in measuring genetic gain, right? Because if you have, this is the accuracy of the estimated breeding values. So if those breeding values has 0 accuracy, meaning they are random numbers, again, you'd make no progress because those measurements have nothing, no correlation with the true breeding value of the animal. The higher the accuracy of those breeding values, the closer they are to the true breeding value of the individual, thus you can drive genetic gain faster. Genetic variance is the function of the trait you're dealing with, so there's nothing to influence there. And generation interval, as I mentioned before, is the function of how many rounds of genomic selection you can do a year. Just plugging here a few numbers just to illustrate a couple of points. I'm using just a random example here, just for illustration. I'm using 35% as selection intensity, 40% as accuracy, 100 as standard deviation of whatever theoretical trait we are looking at, and 4 as the generation interval. That leads to delta G, or genetic gain, is about 3.5. Now, as I mentioned before, the first effect of genomic selection was in reducing generation interval. So going from 4 years average generation interval to what is the average age today in the US, at least, is about 2.7 years. And just that alone, just changing the generation interval from 4 to 2.7 improves the genetic gain by about 50%. Genomics, of course, as I mentioned, is contributed significantly to improving the accuracy of the breeding value. So those breeding values, not only the results of not very accurate pedigree, but also now they're influenced by genomic information. So that accuracy went up from what parent averages based on phenotypes and pedigree only about 40% to about 70% with using genomics. And that further influenced delta G and genetic gain by increased that by about 75% compared to what the baseline looked like in this example. Selection intensity. Here I want to look at selection intensity from this different aspect, and Prakash touched on this in his introduction as well. When you use 6 sorted semen, you immediately double the size of your population, of your female or your selection candidates. So instead of losing 50% of your population, so if you want to have 100 cows, and you don't have to produce 200 progeny, right? You can produce the 100 from using 6 sorted semen, which that allow you to double your selection intensity immediately using the same resources you have in the farm. And that alone has also a significant impact on the genetic gain expected. So again, genomics influence the generation interval, influence the accuracy of the genomic prediction, the genomic reading value, and combined with 6 sorted semen, those 3 together enhanced and contributed significantly to the increase in genetic gain that we've seen in the last few years in the dairy production. With the adaptation of genomic prediction, there were many advancements also in introducing better genomic testing tools. So over the years, there have been many chips that were built to try to capture more accurate information from the genome of an individual. And this graph is not complete. I think it's up to last couple of years old, but it captures the idea that there are a lot of chips or SNP chips out there that are used by, built by individuals, by universities, by entities or commercial companies that are selling genomic testing. And ST is not different from those. As Prakash said, we own our own genomic lab that's called Genetic Vision. And through Genetic Vision, we built our first SNP chip that has about 65,000 markers, custom for our need back in 2018. That's called VM1. Today we are using the VM2, so have about 70,000 markers. Again, an improvement over the VM1. And we are in the process of releasing the VM3 that will have about 80,000 markers. And again, additional improvement and adding additional markers that will touch on some of those things in the coming couple of slides. And the VMT is coming up also soon. I think my colleague Francini will touch on that as well. One of the underestimated contribution to genomics is very easy to understand, actually, is the ability to correct pedigree error. And if you're like me, we're around in this field when the genomic era started, the first jump in the accuracy of breeding values happened mainly because of the correction of pedigree errors. So here I'm using just a cartoon to illustrate 2 different ideas. If you have small population, you do what we call it parental verification. That means you look at the DNA fingerprint of one animal and you contrast against 3 possible or whoever possible semen used in the farm. When we know the parents is one of these 3 or one of these 5, doesn't matter. And you contrast the DNA fingerprint of that individual against the other potential parents, and you can figure out based on the DNA fingerprint who is the right parent if you don't know, if you have a mistake. Today we have deep enough population or reference population with a lot of genotypes that we do what we call discovery now. So we basically submit genomic data to a computer that allow us to iterate on all possible parents for that individual and come up with the most likely parent for that individual. And as I mentioned, this is something that is truly underestimated. but it gave the biggest boost to the accuracy of breeding values in the early when genomics started. To just illustrate this idea a little bit more, assuming you have two individuals that have equal breeding value of average of 100. The blue distribution showing a measurement with high accuracy mean that the true breeding value fails very close to that 100 estimate. And another distribution, another individual that have also the equal mean, but have higher standard deviation or higher variance or less accurate data to it. So the true breeding value for that individual where you estimate it to be 100, but can be anything between 70 and 130 in this specific example. So this is how important this accuracy is. Not only estimating breeding value, but the accuracy of that breeding value is also very important. Accuracy can also be improved by better representation of the animal genome. So I mentioned from the scatter plot I showed before about those different SNP chips. In the best case scenario, on the most advanced one that very few are using that, is you can reach about 700,000 markers that evenly spaced across the genome. Most breeding program actually using anything between 10,000 to 100,000 markers, again covering evenly spaced across the genome. Sequencing has become more acceptable because the technology has evolved to become more reproducible, very easier to use, and also the cost of sequencing went down. So this is just cartoon showing what happened in that process that you in very specific technology that called short read sequencing or next generation sequencing, where you actually fragment the DNA to small fragments and then you sequence each part and you then assemble it. And from that assembly, you read the consensus sequence for all those reads and to a consensus assembly. Now, what I'm illustrating here as a 4x, 9x, or a gap, or 5x, these are the coverage or the depth of the sequence. And this is becoming important as we talk about how we can use this technology in routine genotyping. And to do that, you need actually to reduce the cost. And one way to reduce the cost of sequencing is by reducing the depth of your sequence. So instead of doing high depth, which usually we're talking about 30x and up, means 30 reads overlapping and higher. We talk here in this technology that we call it skim-seq or low coverage sequencing or low pass sequencing actually uses a very, very low coverage. And then we assemble all of that using another technology called imputation to high accuracy full sequence. Now, so far we talked about genomic technologies. We have to, if we're talking about breeding, we have to also to touch on phenotypes. And briefly, again, Prakash talked about this. EcoFeed is our signature index for selecting for animals that are more feed efficient. Just to stay on time, I will skip that since it has already been introduced before. So far, we also discussed mainly genetic gain for production traits, but let's not also forget that we have the tools today to target specific mutations, and we do that routinely today. So there are well-known genetic defects or abnormalities or haplotypes that affecting fertility of the animals that we target, we genotype for those traits, and with the intention to weed out any carriers of those bad mutations. On the other hand, we have also mutations that are beneficial, like the A2 milk, for example. So we select animals that are carriers of those specific variants, as well as other variants. Last but not least this is a lot of information. It's a very complex system. We're talking about breeding values for tens of traits, accuracy that varies, and we're talking about haplotype, beneficial haplotype, bad haplotype, defects, and we're talking about pedigree. To combine all that information together, we needed a mating program that actually optimized the mating to maximize the profit at the farm level. So that when we build the chromosomal mating, it's an ST-owned program that we built from scratch that actually combine all that information, accounting for inbreeding, accounting for good or bad haplotypes, and maximizing the productivity of or the delta G at for the next generation. That's what we call it, chromosomal mating. Just quickly to recap, I know I took a long time, sorry for that. So genomic prediction in dairy has been a huge success story. Hope that is a given. That is because of deep pedigree, accurate phenotype, a lot of genomic tools that have been used. New technologies are finding their way to animal breeding. We touched on skim-seq, but also imputation, genotyping by sequencing, and other technologies we start using almost routinely now, and new technologies as they become available. We touched on sex-sorted semen. This is a given to the contribution of sex-sorted semen to increase the size of your selection candidates for the next generation. Genomics as a tool to manage defects. So when we talked about high inbreeding, one of the immediate effect of high inbreeding is the increasing frequency of those bad mutations. So if you have the tools to select against those mutations, inbreeding become less and less relevant for that purpose. And we talked about chromosomal mating as a modern and comprehensive breeding program that lump everything, all the information together. And this is what I call the value-driven genomic testing. Right? So this is combining all that information together for the purpose of improving gain and producing a better next generation. Thank you for your attention, and be happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Joseph. I think we'll take the questions at the end. Thank you, Joseph, for cracking this complicated science into some language everyone can understand. Thank you for that. Sure. Chromosomal mating is the key, one of the key things we have. And Joseph mentioned about inbreeding. Inbreeding is a silent thief. It works against all the productive traits. Example, it reduces milk production, increases age of maturity. It affects negatively on reproduction. So, but how do we know? How can we control it? We need information. We need the pedigree. We need genomic data so that we can control and monitor inbreeding. So that has a great value for the dairy industry. So let me now request Francini to share her screen and do the presentation, please. Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, everyone. So let me try to share here. So my name is Francine, and I'm with ST as an R&D manager and also head of genomics. And I'm from Brazil and I live in Brazil, and I'm since the beginning of the genomics implementation here in Brazil, I'm working with it. So I have a lot of experience in tropical cattle genomics, and I'll try to show you a little bit what we've done here so far, so we can maybe exchange experience here and try to help you guys or support in whatever you guys need us. So India and Brazil are in a very important position in terms of producing food to the world. We have a huge amount of cattle, and we are far ahead of the third place, that is China. So this put us in a spot that we will be in an important position to feed the future. And how can we feed the future and at the same time protect the planet's resource? Meaning using less water or food to feed the cattle and still produce a lot of protein to the coming generations. And this is not only about efficiency on producing, but also local producing. So we have to start producing more locally and avoid like big transportations and use less resources from the environment. So in the United States, we saw this big change, and along 10 years, they decreased a lot of the number of cattle, of cows milking, and it still increased the produce of milk there. So how can we in Brazil, we started to see this, and how can we do this with the cattle that we have here? Because Holstein cattle or Jersey, they are not very suitable to the environment that we have, and we imported a lot of gear from India in the past, and this cattle has adapted very well to our environment that is very close to India's environment as well. So we started the first projects in genomic evaluation in 2010, and it was supported by the government, by the Brazilian government, and we had several different researchers, Brazilian researchers, and supported by American and European researchers. And we started. It was like a running for this technology. And the main breeds that we worked with were Nelore, Gyr, and Gyr-Orlando. So Gyr-Orlando is a very good breed because it combines the efficiency of Holstein and the adaptation of Gyr to the environment. And we started effectively applying this genomic technology to the breeding programs in 2012, and we were using the Taurus array because it was what we had for the moment. And in 2015, we developed the first Indicus array, and it was very nice and increased a lot the quality of genotypes that we were using. And today, in 2021, we do genomic selection for Nelore, Gyr, Gyr-Orlando, Sinepol, Holstein, Jersey, Angus, and Brangus. So we have this locally, this evaluation locally here. And along this year, we are predicting to have 212,000 genotypes, and we will have a great increase for the next 5 years. So I'll tell you a little bit what we did, what we had for Gyr and Gyr-Orlando in Brazil. And this research and the evaluations are led by Dr. Marcos Vinicius from Embrapa, a very good friend of me who shared some of these results that I will tell you now. And I won't have time to show you many things about these results, but I'm available if you want to talk later or another day about what we got with these breeds here. So they did a lot of projects and research, and it's really nice that we got very good accuracy for the Gyr prediction, and we are very comfortable to apply these in a day-to-day basis. And the traits that we are evaluating now is a milk up to 305 days, age at first calving, milk fat, and milk proteins. And as we can see here, we have almost 30,000 genotypes today, summing everything. And this year, we're going to reach an expressive number of genotypes. And what is important that I want to show you here is that we genotype a lot of females in Brazil because, you know, females are responsible for about 50% of the genetics, like the calf genetics. And males are, we can use the semen. So we know, we have fewer males than females. So we really need to select females to have a very important production result there. And here it shows, what I want to show here is that we've been genotyped younger and younger. Along the years, we have younger animals being genotyped. What it means that, as Joseph said before, it's important that we start using younger animals so we can have a higher delta G there, genetic gain. Oops, sorry. So Girolamo, the traits that we evaluate are milk yield, age at first calving interval, longevity, milk fat, and milk proteins. And again, this chart here shows that along the years, we increased it a lot. And if you can see here from 2012, when we really started using genomics, the increase of genetic gain or production, milk production, was very expressive. And at the same time, we decreased the age of at first calving, showing that cows started to be productive earlier, what is very good for production. And so there are a lot of applications of genomics, but I would like to cover some with you guys today, that when you are selecting herd, you have to intensify the use of young breeders. But you can only do this if you have genomics there, because you are more confident on the genetics of these animals. So you don't want to select animals that you don't know the genetic very well. And today we need to weight their progeny to see what is going to happen with that genetics. Sorry. So with the genomics, it's easier. So we can select female. We can identify better the donors. We can select the sires for progeny tests, so we do not lose time with sires that are not very good, and you go direct to the point. And whatever, you can select the best donors for FTAI and so on. You can do oriented mating, like the chromosomal mating, for example, and do the parentage test, as Joseph covered very well before. You can, this is very nice because you can evaluate indirect traits. For example, you can predict the scrotal perimeters of sons in females. So you can check in females how it's gonna be the sons, the male sons. And the same for early birth index of daughters in males. And also other traits that are generally difficult to be measured, that are, for example, maternal ability, sexual precocity, heat tolerance, and parasites resistance as well. So these are some of the applications that we can use with genomics. And how can we help or support India in this massive application of genomics technologies? So we are launching next January 2022 the VM2, that is a tropical cattle array. This is an 80,000 markers that is covering the entire genome. And it has all the ISAC markers for parentage verification as well. And it covers Gyr, Brahman, and Nelore, and it will be applied to Girolamo as well. And this can be used in India for sure. So this is a very modern and array, and we've been like working on this for a time, and we are ready to support you guys with this technology. whenever you want. So, and what we have here as well is the buffalo genotyping array. So this is a 9,000 SNPs array, and it covers the main breeds, and demonstrated a very high call rate, and Genetic Vision, ST Genetics is ready to run this array and support India in this project here. So also we can offer you a strategic network. So we have very good relationship and work very close to these entities in Brazil. So the Brazilian Association of Zebu Cattle, the Girolando Brazilian Association, the Gear Brazilian Association, and Embrapa, that is an important entity in Brazil who runs this all the research and evaluation. So this is what I had to talk to you today, and I hope we can do something together in the future, and I'm here to support you guys wherever it's needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Francine. Fantastic presentation, and I can see that there is a lot of opportunities for collaboration and learning from each other from Brazil and India, because there are more similarities. See if anybody of the listeners audience today doesn't know Girolando. Girolando is a cross between Holstein and Gyr, and that was very successfully produced and managed in Brazil. A huge proportion of the milk in Brazil is produced by Girolando, and they have a very good controlled breeding program to maintain the Girolando without losing the genetic merit. So that's amazing. That's something we can also look into. And all what she's saying about selection, and in order to select the best, you need to know who is the best. So that is the key here today. With that note on Francine's presentation, let me now request our friend Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh, CEO of Animal Feed and Godrej Agrovet Limited, to share your opinion and presentation. Mr. Sandeep Kumar, please. Francine, you have to stop sharing, Francine.
I did.
Ah, perfect.
Just wanted to check if the presentation is visible.
Yes, visible. Yes.
Sure. So I will spend some time only to bring in the perspective of an Indian farmer, where we are in this journey, and what we are trying to do as more or less a completely home-built genetics company in this country, and where we see this will be a big why genetics will play a big role in improving the profitability of the dairy value chain. Now, I mean, the way dairy farming in India today is, most of it is backyard farming. The total number of cows or buffaloes at any farmer's backyard won't cross more than 5 animals per household. So what you're not looking at is an industrialized form of farming, but more of a supplementary source of income, which the farmer wants to ensure he keeps on having in case of any lean patch from his primary source of income, which could be anything. It could be through agriculture, it could be through labor, etc. Keeping these things in mind, where and how do we bring and propagate this knowledge and base of genetics to this kind and this nature and segment of farmer? For him or her to see the value in genetics will be the biggest impediment and challenge that potentially this sector will face. There are a lot of things that have been done in the past. Some have met with success, which obviously reflects in the fact that over a period of a decade and a half, the milk yields in the country have improved. But our reality is we potentially have the largest amount of livestock population to produce the quantum of milk we are producing, and not much has happened on the yield front. So what we think is, I mean, genetics alone is not going to be the solution. It will require a bit of an ecosystem kind of an effort, where you will look at breeding technologies, and how will any organization, or I mean, this will obviously need intervention from the government to at least socialize the technology, but beyond that, how can private sector and other stakeholders in this particular dairy value chain ensure that we break this barrier and take this technology to the last possible dairy farmer, and then the same is applicable and visible to the dairy farmer in terms of benefit. So in our the approach that we are potentially forming is more of a cluster model, where not only the breeding technology but the feeding technology, the entire ecosystem needs to be in place. And we will potentially have to approach it in a fashion where we start demonstrating this in smaller pockets, build the credibility for the technology, because what works in lab versus what will work in an Indian farm condition, where potentially the animal doesn't have the same kind of nutrition, same kind of well-being, and it's not taken care of in the same environment. How do we cover both parts of the journey? So I think yield, of course, is one of the critical parameter. We don't really have much of records of our existing animals. So one needs to understand that, how will this entire journey happen in a country like India with so many million animals and very little visibility and knowledge about, what kind of animals are these and what are their features. We are not having this kind of database in place is obviously going to be a big challenge. The second part is the farmer may or may not have seen a lot of how we use this term called seeing is believing. Now, what this science may have delivered in industrialized dairy farms or large-scale dairy farms is not something which a retail farmer would have seen in India. And how he or she should believe in this would be a very critical element. So while the profitability from genetics is well established, I think we've been selling high-yielding heifers as part of our business model. Where we first address the problem of seeing is believing. Where we said we'll sell you a high genetic animal, you need to see the impact of the same on your farm economics, so that you start believing in the concept. And at a second stage, we bring in an embryo transfer technology, and maybe at a third stage, we will bring in artificial insemination technology. Now, in the 3 steps that we are taking, we are seeing good traction, but we are also facing challenges. Now, the challenges are of course around the fact that when you want to go into ET to a farmer's animal, the amount of data or the kind of data that you would want to know about the animal is not readily available. There is no database, etc., on which we can do the referencing. Breed proliferation across the country is very, very rampant. I mean, there are too many of them, and then how do you know what exactly is what you're dealing with? Then there is some sort of shortage in the skilled talent of taking this to the last mile connectivity. So scalability of this technology will also depend upon the hands which are finally doing the insemination or the embryo transfer, or potentially using the heifers. Now, how many of that kind do we have? Do we have enough of those skill sets available in the country to take this to the next level? As we try to scale up, we see that challenge that maybe theoretically the knowledge base is available, but how do we get more practitioners of this science? How do we get more practitioners who are willing to go and stay in rural India and convince the farmer that this is a technology which will bring big results, is something that we need to solve for. So I think there is a traditional approach that we are following right now, and breeding technologies can really make an impact. We have seen that the cost of production of milk crashes by anywhere between 7 to 8 rupees a liter. To put things in perspective, a farmer usually on a regular marking of milk would sell it for say 30 bucks. If 30 rupees is what the price of the milk is, the cost of production can easily come down by 15-20% by having better genetics as level 1, step 1. Now there are other things that one can do in and around that to bring it down further. So profitability dramatically gets impacted in a positive way. Scalability of this technology is where the challenge will be. Because of lack of data, lack of technology to ensure that data is readily available to us. These are the places where we also expect and see a lot more startups to come in, where they will help us solve this dissemination of data or dissemination of information challenge that potentially the sector currently suffers from. And at the third step would be having that patient capital, because once an ET is done and the result of the same is not visible, say for next 2 years, the farmer may tend to lose patience and may want to liquidate the same under any other kind of financial duress. So keeping these things in mind and then trying to scale the same and prove that this technology holds a lot of value will be a critical element. So I think we have built our own approach. We've been doing this for the last 4 or 5 years in the country, and we see great promise and success. Very happy to say that the small pool of heifers, high genetic heifers, which we are producing right now and trying to sell them to the dairy farmers, we see great traction of that demand. More importantly, more than the traction on the demand part, what makes a lot of difference to us is the fact that when these cows are delivering at the farm conditions of Indian farmers and they see the milk yields of 25 liters or 30 liters, the joy that they have, and when they call us back and say, you know what, the genetics seems to be working or the genetics is delivering, we see a lot of good word of mouth getting created for this business. Like any other sector, more likely that this sector will also see some sort of consolidation. Not a lot of young generation is going to be interested in milking cows at 3 a.m. in the morning. And hence, or possibly you will see some sort of consolidation kicking in with serious dairy farmers coming in. What I mean by serious dairy farmers, potentially herd sizes of say 100 plus animals. The moment that kind of scale starts kicking in dairy farming at the back end, ability to sell transcend the border and making this technology more logical and believable will become easier. Till such time we are in these two different spectrums where 98-99% of our dairy farming is distributed, retail oriented. We will have the challenge of scaling this up and taking this forward. Profitability for sure. We have seen profitability improve across all our dairy farms wherever we've worked. So genetics has a role to play there. We need to cross the hurdle of belief and we need to cross the hurdle of technology at this stage. And as and when the industry starts consolidating at the back end, if this is something that kicks in, then that's the other place where we will see some impact coming in. That's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you, Prakash.
Thank you, Sandeep. It's a fantastic insight from a practical farmer's point of view, and it's very valuable because without a farmer's vision on this, the scientists cannot do things. So one thing he mentioned is the importance of genetics. So there are 3 things. He touched on all the 3 points, but let me put it into perspective here. There are 3 elements in the profitability of the dairy farming or dairy business. So if you divide them into a pie, cut into 3 pieces of a pie, so one third is the genetics, the other 1/3 is nutrition and management, the other 1/3 is environment. So that is including the housing, the climatic conditions, all these. So if you can't meet all of this together, the genetics cannot be expressed. So the management, nutrition, environment, everything is equally important. So that is a crucial point here. And from a farmer's perspective, what he needs lots of females, good cows, producing lots of milk, healthy, less intervention, less problems, and living longer. That's all the farmer needs. Everything else needs to be the back of people like us. We need to create that for the farmers. So what we are talking is the background work actually. The farmers doesn't need to know all of this essentially. So that is the key taking point from here. Appreciate your great presentation, Sandeepji. So let me move on to the next presenter. Dr. R. Gupta is the head of animal breeding NDDB, which is one of the greatest great organization in the country. Is managing all the breeding genetic activities in India. Without NDDB, without Dr. Kurian, then India would have been a different country in dairy. So please, Dr. Gupta, carry on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Prakash. And Dr. Prakash and Mr. Joseph, they have really explained the detail of genomics, especially how the productivity has increased from 2009 onwards. So I will not get into those technical details. So I will try to present the NDDB's experience on genomic. However, before actually going into, since there are some international participants also, so I will try to just in 1 or 2 slides, I will try to connect the people on the ground realities that we have in Indian condition. And just to, we are working with some 300 million bovines, cattle and buffaloes. So out of that, about 192 million cattle and about 109 million buffaloes. Out of these, 74% of the cattle that we have are nondescript or indigenous. That means these are basically our targets, which are having a poor productivity in terms of milk production. And similarly, we have about 57% of the buffaloes which are nondescript, not graded. Though we have more than half of the buffalo population on the earth. In terms of semen production, if I have to say that we have 58 semen stations in the country, and they produce about 120 million semen doses annually. And what inseminations, artificial inseminations that we do annually is around 80 million. And even with this 80 million, our coverage of artificial insemination is about 30 to 35%. And it has, government of India has targeted to cover, to increase this to 75%. And if we really have to increase it to 75%, so we would require about 8,800 bulls. So my purpose of bringing this slide is that bull is, artificial insemination is our vehicle, and bull is our basis, which is going to drive the genetic progress in the country. As I said, this is basically just to give a comparison on the productivity that we have as compared to some of the dairy developed nations. So we have 1,806. This is what is the average productivity that we have of our animals. So this is what is our target point, and with this target and to improve this productivity. So all the programs that we have been implementing is basically this forms the basis. So if you have to improve the productivity, basically, so there are 2 ways. Like for the existing animals, as Mr. Sandeep Kumar has rightly explained in his present, for the existing animals, we can increase their productivity by proper feeding, managing their health care and other management. And for improving the genetic potential of our future generations, what we require is we need to select our parents to produce next generation. We need to carefully, scientifically, systematically select the parents. And for that, we are implementing pedigree selection programs, progeny testing programs, and genomic selection program. That is now we have just started from 2014 onwards. So, as I said, artificial insemination is though we have the technologies like embryo transfer, in vitro fertilization, but still artificial insemination still is the most preferred technology for the dissemination of genetics that we have been working to improve. So, like as I said, the bull selection is the basis for our genetic improvement programs. And when we select the bull, the traditional selection methods, when we select on the basis of dam's yield, mother's yield, so we can do it at birth. And when we try to select bull selection based on the mother's milk yield and bull's mother's milk yield, so we can do it at birth. And when the selection of the breeding of the bull is based on the breeding value, and that is based on the genetic evaluation and pedigree information that we can do at birth if we have the progeny testing programs for that population in place. However, for selection, if we have to select bulls on the basis of daughter's performance record, so that is a typical progeny testing program. So it takes about 10 years if we have to select if we have the progeny testing program in place. So as I said, the fundamental approach for genetic engineering, we need to select best of the parents for the next generation, allow them to reproduce, and the third line is we need to do it as quickly as possible. I'll come to this in the next slide. So so what is past when we plan any genetic improvement program? So basically we try to improve the genetic potential of the next progeny. So what exactly is past? It's when we select best of the animals based on their genetic ranking. So not phenotype. So performance, when we say performance, it's the combination of genes and environment, and it's the genes that are passed to the next generation and not the environment. So we need to work on these lines. And so I'll just keep this slide because it's okay. I'll come to this one. So even Dr. Joseph has very explained very in detail about this breeder's equation. So again, I will concentrate on the denominator part. As he has already explained very nicely that more the intensity, more the accuracy, and standard deviation. So your genetic gain is going to per year is going to be increased. At the same time, this generation, how quickly you are able to do it. You are able to do it as quickly as possible. So it will increase your genetic gain per year. So when we do when we do the selection on the basis of dam sealed, so our accuracies are is around 25%. It takes about 4 years to do. Proven sire's son, when we use proven sire's sons with full pedigree, that is what we are implementing. Our accuracies, they become about 50%. Whereas in a classical progeny testing program, the accuracies, we can get accuracy of our selection to as high as 90%. And this is where, as I said, that the program that we are implementing, we are getting about 50% we are accuracy, and that is what sorry. Yeah. So genomic. So that is what I just want to say, that the genomic selection is a very relevant in Indian condition, where we are not able to implement the classical progeny testing programs, wherein large number of bulls are put to test, and then to increase the intensity, very few are selected for the general AI, and then rest are culled. So that type of program probably we are not in position to implement. So genomic selection is very relevant in our condition, and when we implement the genomic selection programs, we will be able to select the bulls at earlier age, as early as possible. So this is going to increase our accuracy from 0.5 to up to from 50% to 70%. So what exactly genomic selection programs? What we are doing, we are selecting on the basis of SNPs. So as we know that more or less when we compare to individuals, 98% of the SNPs are there is no difference. Only less than 2% where there is a difference, and this difference actually differentiate the individual from another individual. So basically, what we do is when we are implementing a progeny testing program, wherein we have large number of animals put under performance recording. So we have the phenotype data of those animals, and then we also do the genotyping of those animals, and we get the DNA level information from that. And based on that information and the effect of the changes in SNPs at different locations, we work out a formula, a prediction equation, and based on that prediction equation, we can select the right bull at birth. And so this is what I explained. This is how we work out the prediction equation, and we can determine the breeding value of the bull or a heifer, whatever we are trying to select. So to be able to reach to this level, basically we developed our own customized genotyping chip for cattle, which is based on Bos Indicus and their crosses. So we started with our first version, that is Indus-Chip 1, which was basically 52,000 SNPs we identified. Then we improved it. We added some markers for parentage testing, markers for genetic disorders, and we added some 3,500 additional SNPs. Now we are coming up with the third version, which is going to be in place maybe in another 3 months' time. And this is basically, we added, there are other players in the country who are doing genotyping. So we added their data also, so that the chips can be used by everyone. And similarly, Buffalo chip, we developed first version with 65,000 SNPs, and then we improved it to 60,000 next version. And now again, we are revising it to, improving it to third version, wherein we are adding 75,000 SNPs, again, including the data of other players also, so that everybody can use the same chip throughout the country and their data remains relevant. And we established a genotyping facility here in Anand, our genotyping lab. And so far we have done more than 30,000 animals we have genotyped in our facility only. Yeah. So right now this is the reference population that we are having. For Murrah we have more than 4,000. For Gir we have more than 4,500. For HF crosses we have more than 6,500, and for Jersey crossbreds we have more than 5,000, more than 4,500 animals reference population available. And for these breeds we have already started estimating breeding values, and we have been distributing bulls. So far we have distributed 350 bulls based on the genomic breeding values. In total, actually, if I have to say that, as I said in the beginning, that there are about 5,500 bulls which are under production in the semen station. So from the start of national dairy programs, which we started in 2011, from that point till date, we have almost replaced 50% of the bulls with the bulls that we have produced through this progeny testing and pedigree selection programs. How are we doing it? As I said, we are implementing PT and progeny testing and pedigree selection projects for all the major breeds in different parts of the country. And then through these programs, we are implementing large number of performance recording program. And through these programs, we are able to identify the elite cows. And these elite cows, we are breeding with the proven bulls semen to produce a bull calf. And this bull calf, we are collecting blood sample from this, and we are sending it. The samples are coming to our laboratory, where we are doing genotyping and estimating breeding value for that bull. And we are doing other disease testing, genetic disorder testing, karyotyping, all those things. And then these bull calves are procured by the projects, these progeny testing and pedigree selection project. And finally, these bull calves are distributed to all the semen stations across the country through the bull distribution committee, which is constituted by Government of India. So we started estimating genomic breeding values for HF crossbreds from 2019 March, and then from September 19 for Gir, from July 2020 for Jersey crossbreds, and for Murrah from August 20. And the next in line is Mehsana, and then Sahiwal, other breeds will come. So far we have estimated genomic breeding value for more than 650 bulls, and this we have been doing on a weekly interval. We are providing these details to our projects. So just to give you an example, like these are 4 bulls. So we estimate breeding values for milk production. The reliability is there, and then for fat, for protein, for age at first calving, for days open. And we are, as I explained, the prediction equation, based on that we compute the effects, and based on that we also calculate the revenue index for this. So this more or less, it gives the idea, like if the daughters, if these bulls are used for breeding, the daughters of these bulls, they will be able to produce. They will be able to give additional revenue of this, say 1891 or 1751 to the farmer when these bulls are used. Apart from genomic breeding value estimation, we are this genotyping facility we are also using for parentage verification. We have the markers for genetic disorder, also sex determination we are doing, and we are also estimating a breed proportion since we have large number of crossbreeds available in Indian population, and these are all the activities that we are doing. And future perspective, genomic selection will increase rate of genetic progress, especially that even the earlier participants, they have very clearly shown through the graphs how from 2009 onwards it has really changed, and especially this is going to be very relevant for the indigenous breeds wherein most of these are selected right now on the basis of just dams yield. So our accuracies will be more. So our genetic gain also is going to be more for our indigenous breeds. With increasing reference population, as I said, every year we are adding more than 20,000 animals under our reference population. So accuracy will be increasing further. However, current accuracies are enough. Basically, on the basis of this, we are shifting our selection of bulls from dam yield to genomic breeding value when we select the bulls. Yeah, we are also collaborating with various other players in the country who are working on progeny testing program or on genomic, like BIF and other organizations are also coming up, and this is really going to help farmers in improving their productivity of the next generation and the income. And that is all from my side, and thank you so much for giving me opportunity to present on this, and we sincerely acknowledge the funding from government of, and this is my small team, our small team of animal breeding. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Amazing activities, amazing presentation. One thing I can say directly, we need to talk more. we need to interact more. We need to cooperate more. Think about the scalability requirement in India. You said India is doing 35% insemination roughly, and that is from 120 million straws of semen produced. So if you want to increase it to 75%, then simple math, you have to double the production of semen production in India. So that's huge, and that is extremely important to have good semen, good quality semen, proven genetically, which we know what is good. So like Francine mentioned in her presentation, that in Brazil they do a lot of testing on the female population, because it's easy to scale up male. One bull can produce 20, 30,000 straws of semen. You can breed so many cows, but one cow can only have one gestation per year if everything is going well. So therefore, you need to have lots of cows to be tested. The scaling up of genomic testing is crucial, and then the accuracy. So I don't want to go to the equation. So I think we have a lot of opportunity to work together. And whenever the next time I can take a plane to India, I'm going to come and see you. Okay, wait for my call. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Let me now invite Dr. Bhushan Tyagi. Bhushan Tyagi, I think everyone knows him. He's a key person at the Government of India. He's a key driver of formulating the Rashtriya Gogul Mission. And Rashtriya Gogul Mission has created some of the very innovative projects which you have never seen anywhere in the world. So one of them is of sex-ordered semen, introduction of sex-ordered semen. Another one is embryo production, and all other associated activities and services. And recently, again, another, 2, 3 or 4 years ago, Rashtriya Gogul Mission introduced sex-ordered semen. now they are planning to introduce, accelerate the use of sex-sorted semen. They want to create committed pregnancies. So that is amazing project coming up. So can I request Dr. Bhushan Tyagi to come and speak on this occasion, please?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm the consultant to Tyagi, sir. So sorry, sir, sir received an important call and he has gone to some meeting. So as soon as sir will come back and he will respond.
Oh, so he's coming back in a few minutes?
Hopefully, sir, few minutes.
Okay, great. Then let me then use to save the time. Let me ask our friend Dr. Chirandan Kadian. He's the president of Indian Veterinary Association. He is representing thousands, tens of thousands of veterinarians in the country. A very well-known person to me. Dr. Kadian, please, your opinion on this.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. The talk has been very informative, and for last few months we have been continuously in touch. The use of genomics and the research in the area of genomics promise to make genetic selection more effective. The genomic technology combined with the bioinformatics tools support the interpretation of the gene functioning and protein expression, facilitate an exciting starting point for the development of new management strategies and tools. As regards to Dr. Aro Gupta, I have been in touch with the NDDB team and we are implementing this sex-sorted semen on a large scale in the gaushalas of the country. In Haryana, we have introduced embryo transfer technology, and yesterday only we had 7 UFers got pregnant through embryo transfer from Gadwasu, the leading premier university of India. In India, the problem of stray cattle management is a big nuisance, which requires handling at the top level. So the government of India has taken an initiative of introduction of sex-sorted semen to control stray cattle management. Your participation at the highest level, precisely telling I don't qualm words when I say ST genetics is the best proposition we have for the breeding programs, and you being from our own country, our own brethren, we want more of your intervention with our state. Your job with the MPLDB is quite appreciable. And genomics is one area where you can help us out. Although our NDDB is doing good work, but definitely NDDB also lacks the technologies that it is only based on the state livestock boards and state animal husbandry departments. My perception as a field man is that if we promote sex-sorted semen, it will control the male population. And even our new thing, although it is not relevant to all of you, as genomics and animal breeding is the management of the stray cattle in the country. So in Haryana, my state, we have introduced 6 components for stray cattle management. That is also effective use of gobar, cow dung and cow urine. And one more component is your component, breed improvement through sex-sorted semen and embryo transfer technology. So we have some premier institutions as Gadwasu, our Uttarakhand Livestock Development Board, who are doing very good work. And we expect more help. And even ST Genetics could take up a project for development of very good quality bulls, which is the requirement of the day, because the bulls, I am a man of the field and I know the quality of the bulls which we are producing through progeny testing. ST Genetics could take an initiative with the possible entrepreneurs with very good semen, because you have got the worldwide network, and we can have bulls within a period of 2 years who will be genomically proven sires. So today's this webinar or meeting organized by CII, I definitely thank them that they are promoting Dr. Prakash time and again. I think it is third or fourth time that he is joining us. So I don't have science to tell, but I have a practical experience that we need benefits from all of you. NDDB, Government of India, Dr. Bhushan Tyagi, as Dr. Prakash remarked, for I think last 20 years I am seeing him at the helm of the affairs, and I would have definitely appreciated to see his viewpoint. Maybe next time we could also have Animal Husbandry Commissioner Dr. Praveen Malik, the technical head of the Indian Animal Husbandry Department, and that would have been much better. So I don't have much to say, but we have the largest cattle population, and as Dr. Prakash remarked, Girlando, the major component of Girlando is our cattle cow. But we need to cultivate all the Indian breeds in respect to the regions where they are. Breeding programs for Gir definitely do not cover whole of the nation. I think Dr. Prakash is getting uneasy. Dr. Bhushan has done.
No, you're fine.
So I thank everybody and my best wishes. Thank you, everybody. And let us listen to Dr. Prakash till Dr. Bhushan Tyagi joins us.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kadian. It's amazing comments from you. And we are very pleased that you are taking initiative to implement the use of sex autism in a larger scale. One thing you mentioned, you mentioned you have seven calves born from embryos, or cows pregnant from embryos. Think about this. Embryo production is not that cheap. It takes time. It needs to be efficient. There is technology involved, and it is costly. So think about using sex-sorted semen on embryo production. So you guarantee more than 90% female calf. So that is an added value again for embryo, and that has been done already, used in India very successfully. They're doing it all over the world. So whenever you make an expensive effort to produce embryos, please bear in mind, use sex-sorted semen from the relevant bulls. So that will be an added value for you. And that is excellent thing. And then apart from that, I would like to thank you, Dr. Kadian, your experience you brought into the table. From the farmers, the practical people perspective into the table. Thank you once again, your comments and appreciation of what ST is doing in India. Moreover, I also take your suggestion to help produce better quality bulls in India. We will look into that by technology, by cooperation, by producing bulls, bringing bulls. We are seriously looking into that opportunities as well, and we will be in touch anyway. Thank you. Can I check if Dr. Bhushan Tyagi is available right now?
So sorry, sir. The sir is still in the meeting.
Okay, so shall we then go ahead, assuming that he won't be able to make it? What do you think?
Sir, actually, meeting is headed by the secretary, sir. So.
Oh, okay, so we can understand. So that's fine. So we will. I will personally talk to him and find his views,
Yes,
and definitely
sure,
we can have a correspondence with him as well. Thank you, at least for joining in and passing us the message. And please convey our best regards to Dr. Bhushan Tyagi And if he has any message, he can send it to the organizer or to me personally. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Now, since we have completed all the presenters, I have some closing remarks. This has been a fantastic session with the science, pure science, as well as practical application of science. So generally speaking, the farmer's perspective, the farmer simply want high producing, more number of cows, healthy cows living longer and producing more. So that's all they want. But if you look at the sustainability is a word very commonly used today, sometimes even misused. But I would like to say a few words about the sustainability of dairy farming. So in order for the farm to be sustainable, there are four major elements. One is the animal welfare. We all need to make sure the animal welfare is met. So the animals are treated properly. They should not be hungry, thirsty. They should be prevented from diseases. They should be prevented from injury, harassment, all these kind of things. So that is animal welfare is met. It need to be met. And then we need to look at the environment. So how we, the farmers or farming community, treat the environment. Are we going to dump all the waste on the land? Are we going to throw the syringes and needles everywhere? Are we, all those environmental concerns? Then another one is, they are all equally important. None is prioritized anyway, any order. So the third point is, you need to make sure the farm, the milk production, or the farmers, or the industry or businesses has a social commitment. People sometimes do adulteration, manipulation on the milk quality, so many things which everybody talks about. If you cannot drink the milk, you cannot give it to someone else to drink it or sell it. That's simply how to think about it. So the social commitment is extremely important. And of course, equally important is the farm profitability. That comes from so many elements. We don't have the time to go to the details. So these are the four major pillars to make a sustainable dairy business. So if something is not met, the business will collapse at some point. You cannot continue polluting the environment forever. Somebody will come and question you. You cannot take care of the animal welfare and get along with that. It's not going to work. And you have to have a social commitment, otherwise somebody will catch you. And then definitely you need to make it profitable. So that is kind of summary I have to say here. And I also, from ST genomic testing, genetic visions company part of you, we are fully committed to improving and helping the farmers all over the world. And since, like Dr. Kadian has mentioned, I'm from India, so I have the Indian DNA. So
genomics.
So my genomic testing is proven to be coming from India. So I have that DNA, and I'm really committed to help whatever I can do from personal and company perspective to make the dairy farmers more profitable in India as well. So with this, we will go to questions if there are any.
One question.
Yes, please.
Although NDDB has taken an initiative, as you said, 4 pillars for management of a dairy farm, one other component which I suggest is effective use of the cow dung and cow urine. We have gone for the technology and produced natural phenyl produced from pine oil and gomutra distillate with neem, eucalyptus and lemongrass. We are producing organic manure. We have started production of cow dung pots for social forestry. We have started production of bricks. We have started production of paint from cow dung. So this component, if is developed, is make this dairy farms sustainable also. My suggestion, and we are working very fast on that. Anybody requiring technical collaboration or guidance can approach us anytime.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comment. That's again coming to the environmental concern and utilizing in a different way. Amazing. Excellent. Any other comments from, we don't have a serious question that need to be addressed at this point. Any other comments from the panelists, Dr. Gupta or anyone? Otherwise, we can close this session.
No comments from my side.
Okay, so Dr. Gupta is fine. Francine, you have any comments from your side after listening to everyone?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And we are available for anything that you guys need from us.
Okay, thank you, Francine. Joseph left a few minutes ago because he was not sleeping all night. So he said good night and I said good morning to him. So he went to bed. And then we have Sandeep also. He's not in the call now. Anything need to be added? Kuldeep ji? It's Kuldeep Tyagi? Okay, he's probably not listening to me. So I think we are coming to the conclusion of this session. I really appreciate everyone, all the panelists, all the listeners across the world for your listening to us. And I really hope we can together make some change in the dairy industry and the farmers' success in India. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Dr. Gadian.
Thank you. Shall we close?
Thank you.
Dr. Gadian will be in touch. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Bye. Bye.